How's it going, Monglo? Ah, Code, I appreciate that. I appreciate that. I'll be getting started here in just a second. All right, let's do this. Redstone, how's it doing? How's it doing? How's it doing? The Redstone. Code, how are you? What'd you work on today? Does that take it out of windowed mode? No. I'm scrubbing through your work. More chicken. Can I get rid of quick actions? That's good. There we go. Now I can see the chat and everything else. All right. This looks a little better. It's a little more manageable. Jacob, how you doing? Productive day. Nice. Got the summoning and desummoning mechanics in place. Good, good. I just updated a playtest. I saw you did some stuff about Netcode, right? New multiplayer stuff. Nice. And new faces. Did multi-threading. What specifically did you tackle with that? Very nice. Okay, so last night after Jacob went to sleep, this is where we left things at. We just got our character controller, our little dude running around going. Now, do I have, let me check on OBS, because I'd like you guys to be able to start seeing what I'm doing on the controller. Do I have advanced scene switcher going? No, I got to get that plugin installed. Okay. We'll get that going. So now we suddenly have to work on the camera, of all things. I'm a sleepy babe. Doing all right. Work soon, breaking stuff in my game again. Yeah, dude, I'm doing good. Look at that gorgeous model. It's not me, it's K-Kit. It was getting quite pricey with all the flying blocks. My island. Oh, I see. Okay. Yeah. Speaking of multi-threading, that was the other thing about loading that I was talking about. So we're loading the resources multi-threaded. What we do with them afterwards, we're not threading, but we could. So we still can squeeze even quicker loading in the future if we want to, when we decide what we're doing with the resources that we've gotten in. So some of them we might have to wait for a certain order, but other ones, once they come in, we can start popping onto the scene tree. We can even pop them onto the scene tree and then rearrange them at the end, which would be really fast. So I did do that just to support the son of a bitch, Jacob. But I also realized he released a $100 pack where it's a forever license. Going forward, anything new that he adds, you'll just have access to. In Unity, it's illegal to touch the main game loop from stuff other threads than main. So threading in Godot, man, it's been a while. They're like in their own little world, and you can talk to stuff. You can talk to anything from them. The problem with threading always is it done or not? And like not doing things like, if there's some sort of order of something that when you thread, you can screw that up if you're not careful. I assume you can't touch scene tree. No, you can. You can. Yeah. So you really can shoot yourself in the foot with it. Like you got to send it the data and make sure. But it's been a while. Red's the one to talk to about that. Here we go. Simultaneous execution of code. It allows offloading on the main thread. Oh, you know what? Probably not, because now that I'm remembering it with C# at least, you had to get back on the main thread. Otherwise, some scene elements wouldn't even be there. You might be right, Jacob. Even the function is returned already threaded, must collect it. Wait for finish. Creating threads is a slow operation, especially on Windows. To avoid unnecessary performance overhead, make sure to create threads before heavy processing is needed instead of creating threads just in time. For example, multiple threads during gameplay, you can create threads while the level is loading and actually only start processing with them later on. Additionally, locking and unlocking mutexes can often be expensive. Thread-safe APIs. Interacting with this active scene tree is not thread safe. Make sure to use mutexes when sending data between threads. So there's our answer. Yeah, the way that I've done threading, and the only way that I've ever done threading in Godot was like, hey, go do this thing and let me know when you finished. And that's about it. Anything beyond that, I don't know about it. But yeah, I was using a NuGet plugin on in C#, and I was having this intermittent issue where when I was talking to the scene tree, sometimes it just wouldn't even, like, everything was empty. And I finally determined that it was that I had to. There's like a pause you can do to wait and get back on the main thread from something that's threading itself in C sharp. So I had to do all that. I had to figure that all out. I think Jacob, I think you were around a long time ago when I was doing that. Team back in the main, yeah. If you're interested in what I did, I have a bunch of stuff on my server. No, I can't do it right now, Redstone, but maybe Friday. Had to do a lot of that with my C++ Mac work. Yeah. Ugh. Well, I mean, that really means that we can't do much threading, like, just because of that alone. I don't think we can do any threading with multiplayer code as far as the netcode side of things. Now, I was thinking a lot about the design of the netcode. Let me map some of this out really quick. Speaking of, let me close Steam. I'm doxing people's plays. Colt, how's it going? So, I was thinking about what are the, like, surefire ways to mask latency, since we're dealing with combat and that kind of stuff. I was thinking about the enemies in particular. Or I guess it'd be like this. There's our enemy. So deterministic as much as possible. So, I was thinking that there could be like an RNG stack that's shared, that everybody knows what it is. Everyone's client knows what it is. So it's all just a bunch of pre-baked roles. And so we're just going through that for the random numbers that we would need. The behaviors need to be such that if we do something like, the main thing is, in order for this to work, okay, so the way that I was thinking is that we would need to target server updates. Thank you. Target changes. So if enemies just are focused their behavior on a single target, and server updates behavior change, Obsidian, what's up? Yeah, the same random seed. That's what I'm talking about when I say the same RNG stack. Well, no, I'm not gonna pass the seed. I'm gonna because unless I have one seed per character. Um, if it ever gets out of sync, then the rolls will be off. Lunesta, how's it gonna go? Are we doing P2P? No. But I mean, that almost doesn't matter because there's going to be elements that are very P2P like, where heals and stuff like that. Essentially, it's still kind of the same problem. So the problems are the same. Yeah, what seed ultimately the enemies get comes from the server. Right. Okay. Yeah, I think we're on the same page. But I don't know. I don't know that this is going to matter too much. But okay, so here's what I'm thinking. If everything's really deterministic and the enemy is specifically targeting an individual, then the behavior that enemy exhibits will be identical for everybody. So long as its actions are not determined by other things like what the player is doing. If we do that, this is why most MMOs are like, the characters are standing there going like this, it's just like, now I'm targeting someone else. Um, you're describing new MMOs? New MMOs, not so much. What's a new MMO? I wouldn't even be familiar. Rivals. Marvel Rivals is an MMO? Isn't that PvP? By modern definition, yes. Isn't that PvP? Dracomatic. Oh, nobody owes me any raids. Don't worry about it, Dracomatic. There's just 2 viewers, anyways. I appreciate it, Draco. Don't believe those numbers. We have noticed that Twitch's low count is not accurate. What was it? Second favorite rated me the other day with it was 3 people, and ultimately we determined it was like 5 or 6. So I think when the numbers are my kids are going crazy right now. Could you shut the door? Trying, but the thing is oh, okay. Dune Awakening is another MMO. I heard that ad blocks stop views from counting. Let's test it. That's a good idea. That's a good point. Yeah, Destiny 2, looter shooter. Okay, but that hides. That's still. Yeah, I mean, I guess I'm describing a certain genre of MMO. That's what I'm talking about with the combat, though. That's what I'm imagining the combat's going to be more like. Everyone with a chat with an ad blocker, disable it for like 5 minutes. Don't worry about it, Red. It's cool. Yeah, Destiny's a weird one. I mean, we're all parsing semantics at this point. It really doesn't matter. Tetris is an MMO. Tetris 99 is an MMO. Tetris 99 is an MMO. Yeah, it's fine. It doesn't matter. But this is what I'm imagining. This is gonna suck. All of this is gonna suck. Let's I really need to start working on this though. I think the design of the AI for the enemies is going. Here's the shorter story of what I'm trying to say. The design of the AIs instead of fighting. Okay, with netcode, instead of fighting, I want the enemies to behave like this and do that, and then constantly fighting a creation ideal that creates a lag problem that I'm having to do all of this code for and fight and doing that weird problem with multiplayer stuff where you're dealing with this phase shifting multiverse like behavior that comes with latency and all this. What is the real state of the blah, 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 blah. All of that stuff is still a real problem, but we can lessen it if we start to think about designing this AI behavior with the knowledge that that is all going to be there. And how can we create enemies and behaviors that they exhibit that work with that instead of against it? So more of a judo approach to designing the enemies that the players are going to be going up against around that. Does that make sense? Dozen users in a single instance. So zone may have 1,000 people, but at that point, the zone is instanced 100 times with 10 people in each. Yeah. That was another thing that I was thinking about with a netcode is theoretically, if everyone is connected to the same client, to the same server, is the same host, and they're far enough away from each other, then what netcode is there except to say that I've killed this enemy and I've gotten this loot? So, so to constantly be checking and to the end, the client on the other end to say, this is the truth. If they're far enough away, in theory, you can still check in with the server and be like, I'm getting loot. What loot am I getting? Somebody dropped something. What are they dropping? All of that can still happen server side. But the moment-to-moment updates of here's the state of everything doesn't even need to happen because players would be far enough away from each other that it doesn't matter. It's when everyone's in the same area, seeing the same thing where it's like, okay, everything's got to be up to date and all that kind of stuff. Will that ultimately matter? Is that even worth doing? Probably not, because once I get the code going where it's like, here's what's actually happening, everybody, are we all on the same page? Are we all on the same page? Are we all on the same page? That whole thing, it might not matter, and I might be able to just constantly do that anyways, and who cares? I've been really enjoying doing multiplayer code. It's almost perfect right now. Do you know when we could do a next playtest, by the way? With your stuff, Red? So with your stuff, I would say Friday. Friday's probably next time. Well, again, in the server, this is a peer-to-peer. This is we're talking 4-player network sessions. We're not talking that I'm hosting a server or anything like that. One of the players is going to say, open up their world and people connect to it. You're at a peer-to-peer network session, says second. All right. Right, but okay. I wasn't saying I was making an MMO either. This whole conversation got started with me saying I wasn't making one. But okay.
Leaving. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye, handsome. You look look at how cool he looks in this jacket. I love you. Say bye to everybody.
Bye.
Okay. Bye, Gemma.
So sorry.
Okay.
Love you.
Love you too. On stream and everything.
I get taken down. Love you.
I don't know. I kind of hogged the last one up, so. But no, so what I'm saying though is that I'm going to emulate. I guess, yeah. Technically, I'm describing WoW. I'm just describing. I'm just trying to describe what I'm trying to do. So what I'm like, it's going to be like WoW is what I mean. WoW is an MMO. I am not making an MMO. Yes, these are all true statements. MMOs are now different. Yes, this is also true. But I'm trying to describe that. Okay. So that's what I'm trying to describe. Now that we've gotten past all that, so anyways, this is something that I'm going to be thinking about today. I'm going to try and just get the core, like the initial on ramp for everything going for that. So let's look at our network code here real quick, which is nothing. There's literally nothing right now. We do have we were going to deal with the player. Oh, you can control S to save. I didn't know that. Is it going to be like WoW or is it going to be like wow or both? Both. All the kissing in the MMO he learned from real life. Okay, so the camera thing. I'm just gonna grab a plugin that the only plugin I've ever loved. Gotta go online. Camera. So we're gonna use someone else's plugin for the camera stuff for now. Phantom camera. I love this. This is good. So we're gonna download this. Do you need the Switch? Just take it, sweetie. It's fine. I know Gemma really wants to use it. Okay. So then let's go ahead and find networking. All right. So then we're doing, this is wrong. Wrong! Do you hear me? We need to get multiplayer from the scene tree. That's where we're going to grab it all from. It's been a little while since I've gotten this set up. I'm doing it from scratch because I feel like it's a good way to remember everything rather than this is something that I'm not just going to rip code out from another project in. And another reason why is because we're going to be using Steam's lobby system and its relay system. And so the way that the connection comes in anyways is going to be entirely different. So we get multiplayer from scene tree. So is it get root or is it root? How do you get, I always forget how to get scene tree. Get tree. Get multiplayer. There we go. And this is going to give us multiplayer API. Dude, Control S to save in Vim seems like sacrilege. I mean, that's like years of muscle memory. Shift:W. And I'm just throwing it all out the drain. This is weird. Okay, so now we have the multiplayer API, and then we just set up the connections off that. Okay. Okay. There's an awful lot of talk about kissing right now, you guys. I'm a little, do we need some alone time? Installs tongue mod. Okay. So we have that. So now we're going to go over to multiplayer API. We're going to do some reading. I hope you guys brought out your boredom manuals, because here we go. I'm going to publicly shame myself today to try to modify my behavior. I got upset with my daughter. I raised my voice. I was a big meanie. I feel bad about it. I'm sorry to my little girl. Yeah. So I'm publicly declaring that happened so that I chill the hell out sometimes. Do the walk of shame. I should get a thing that I wear over my, dude, maybe that, man, that would probably work if I got a big ass sign and I just had to walk around the block once with it. That would probably be once is enough. Okay, I'm going to go see if I can finish Digimon Adventure 02 today. I binged 29 episodes in one night and lost my mind. Those were some weird dreams I had. All right, Dracomatic. Sandwich board like Bruce Willis in that one Die Hard. I don't even know what you're talking about. What are you talking about? So these are the sugar cookies. Look at these things. It looks like
What the dog doing?
Someone took a fresh puke on it. Oh, it's like apple flavored. Ugh. Is that guac? Yeah, I know, right? It's like oxidizing guac. The dog is... Do you just spread guac on your cookies? You could see guac on a cracker. Like what are those? I always called them rich people crackers. What are those, like wheat thins? Those were rich people crackers. That's how poor we used to be. Was wheat thins were rich people crackers. I used to think that about honeycombs. Honeycombs were rich people cereal. Honeycombs, and what was the one with Cinnamon Toast Crunch? That was another like rich people cereal. Man. Yeah, it was always walking into people's houses. As a kid, if you walked into someone's house and the carpet wasn't brown, that was like, oh my God, these guys are rich. There's like a certain... Nathir, how's it going? Like, you know what I mean? You'd walk into the house. I think this was a good litmus test back in the 90s. You'd walk into a house and everything was a lot more white. Like the paint was lighter color and the carpet was a color that like it's like, oh, I got to take my shoes off. If when you walked in there was tile and then carpet, it was like, oh shit. Even though it probably wasn't really a sign of wealth. But it just seemed like, oh man. People with pantries blew my mind. How come you have room for just your food? I know, right? That was another one. Yeah, they'd have like snacks. That was another indication that they had money. Is they had snacks. It was like, snacks? What are these snacks you're talking about? What? What do you mean you can just grab a thing of Cheetos? What are you talking about? Is it someone's birthday right now? We're eating Cheetos? Like, what's happening? What? What? Okay. Here we go. Okay. Nymphis, how's it going? When I first got a job, software job, and it had a full blown stocked kitchen with everything, it blew my mind. Yep. Definitely got people pocketing stuff to take home, and that didn't fly well. I remember spending the night at Cricket's house, and he sliced up a banana into rounds and offered it as a snack. I was being a good host. I was being a good host, Lunesta. Yeah, it's wild when I go into our offices at Giganto campus, and there's a lady that walks around with a cart. Oh no, they took away my favorite emote. Which one? Huh, everyone gains 10 pounds so fast. All sitting eating so many snacks. I know that makes everyone's insurance go up too, technically. Over time. You're all going to pay for that out of your shared the insurance rate for for everyone's going to go up. Vex, what's up? What do you mean, emote? They have a gym that you're supposed to use. Okay, guys. Sorry, I'm just reading. We're just reading. I remember they had like boilerplate. That was like a good starting point. I think I could glance at it now and just be like, oh yeah, that's right. So this is it. Enet multiplayer pure. Is Enet multiplayer pure? Is this what we're going to want? Create server port, manage clients, IP address port. This might be it. It's pretty straightforward right here. Nobody does because that would be slacking on work. People work at your job? In my work, I think it's just an unknown rule that you only actually work about 30 to 40% of the time. Yeah, I really think okay. Okay, so this is just to get the pure. So we're assigning. Okay. 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 Nope, nope, this is fine. Peer eNet multiplayer peer. Let's read about that. Using the eNet library. Mm-hmm. We're not doing this. 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 So it leaves this. Okay. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Remote procedure calls. Mm-hmm. Familiar with that. Mm-hmm. 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 I did that last night, Nathir, when I was I was saying how the word barbarian didn't look right to me. And I kept saying it over. I'm like, it's bar Ian? And I'm like, why do we change the second part to why is it barbarian? But the way I said it, I was like, oh, I have to be careful here. Remote sender ID. Okay. Mm-hmm. Channels. Multiple streams of packets. Chat and core gameplay. But gameplay message does not wait. Yep, the channels. Okay, we remember all this. It's all coming back to me now. There were nights of endless pleasure. Baby, baby. Yeah, because we can say whether or not it comes in ordered, unordered, and all of that stuff, whether it needs to be reliable or unreliable. Right. I'm remembering. It's all technically still coming through with UPC. Is that the right term, UPC? There's TCP and UPC. Is it UPC? So it's all technically UPC, but you can have TCP-like behavior with it. Really? The word barbarian comes from how Greeks would make fun of people who spoke other languages. They'd go bar, 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 bar. Okay. So it's making fun of, oh my gosh. That's funny. That's such like a 17-year-old high schooler thing to have carried on to present day is wild. That's like the 420 of Greek history. Nobody knows why. Work for a large financial investment company. I told you none of us do anything. I can't follow up with my company name. For the public record, I do all of my Jira tickets every week. Back. It has a vibe where you get guilted. Yeah, but yes, people are more subtle. My wife is now. Is she cursing at me again? Aw. My son reminded my wife to avoid the, quote, pop holders, which he's referring to the potholes. And there's Barbar the elephant. Babar? I don't think Babar is that famous anymore. At least not in the States. Gosh dang pot dins. Okay. Yes. Okay. So with the RPC, the add RPC. So basically, one of the cool things in Godot, I think the way they do the networking stuff is really cool. This add RPC, you basically put it above any function in Godot. You put add RPC. You say whether or not it can come from a server or any peer. So whether it's authority or anybody can send something. And so any peer is useful for when if you're making a server, you're expecting stuff from peers, right? And then authority is only the authority can call it. And then you've got whether or not the function is called local or remote. And then whether it's not, it's unreliable packet ordered or reliable. So like the type of thing. And then you have the transfer channel. And yes, okay. I'm remembering. He's beginning to believe. Mm-hmm. 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 Sorry, guys. Okay, we got a lot of little things we have to get going here. We need to be able to test this network code. So we have a few problems in front of us in terms of testing. So essentially what I'm going to try and do is get two clients connected to each other, two different players on the same scene. Our problem right now is input. If they're both expecting the same controller input, this is a problem. So I think what I'm going to need to do is grab two controllers, and I'm going to need to set this up in a way where I run both of them at the same time. The other problem here is we're not in a tiled operating system. So when the windows open up, window management is going to be a little bit of a pain in the ass, and I have to figure out how I'm going to handle that too. So there's a couple of those things. But what we can do initially is, this seems really dumb, but if we just create the server for everyone, by default, when you're playing the game, you are the server. And I don't know what port we're doing, so I'm going to do the like old 8080, even though this isn't the case. Max clients is technically 3, since the server is the 4th. And then we assign now. Can we just do this on the single? I don't know. We'll try that. Which means we don't need to do this. Now, my question is this going to I'm sure it's going to be fine. It's not on the tree. It's not going to be in the root scene tree. We'll see. We'll be okay. Okay, so that's the beginning of all this. And so from the client side, so we're going to have some sort of connect to server. When we do this, we're going to flush out, just to be safe, we're going to say, however this ends up happening. Okay. Now, is IP... How do we do an IP address if it's coming through? I guess it has to be a string. Just to be, because it's got the dots in it. I don't know. We'll do a string. Create client. Let's see. Enet multiplayer peer. Yeah, it's using a string for the address. Import. Is an integer. Okay. I'm happy to attempt to connect to you whenever you are around, and I already know where you live, so I know you won't try and come in. I won't. So you know I won't come in and try and attack you. I would have already done it by now. We need a cricket meme that's cricket is so liberal he feels guilty brand packaging. Dude, to my liberal friends, I'm conservative, and to my conservative friends, I'm liberal, so I can't win. Doesn't matter. You could be bidding your time, waiting for the perfect moment. This is true. Dude, my son loves Christmas trees. It was 2 months ago he's asking to set up the Christmas tree. Even though we're secular, we still do that. We celebrate Christmas and Hanukkah. No, I wouldn't do that. That's how he knows it's safe for me to connect this PC. I'll even write a contract that says if I gain access to his system, I won't look up any of the nudes for more than 3 seconds each. Dude, if you're collecting the nudes on your computer, that's the ancient way. You need to hack your neighbor's network and put the nudes on their computer. That's how you do it. We know you don't look at nudes. You probably look at feet and ankles. We have a saying in Sweden, I know where your mailbox lives. Instead of thinking it as an IP, maybe call it a host string. Some connections may be raw IPs, while others could be another, like myserver.com. It's a valid host. This is a good point. That's funny. To anyone liberal, I'm conservative. That's me. I have the Christmas tree jam coming. Hell yeah. Saving nudes is so 97 2001. At least put it on a thumb drive with a dead man switch, something something to I think you're right. So we'll call it host. And I guess we don't have to do offline since we'll already do this. Create client, create server. So then we have to try and connect to server. So how does that work? Let's look at here. There's got to be a connect, right? So we're creating a client at that point, not creating a server. Okay, so that's how we're going to do it. So then we say, so this either succeeds or it fails. So create client has to return an error. Yes, it does. Same with create server. Okay. So we're going to steal the same stuff here again. Now we're being presumptuous and assuming that when we create a server, it always works. Except that it won't, because sometimes the port won't be available, right? So we do need to grab the error here. So sometimes there might be an error, except I don't know if it's going to try to punch through anything. But I presume that if we're creating a server, we're going to attempt to grab that port. If that doesn't work, we're going to get some sort of error message back, right? So it would be a good idea to collect that error and do something with it. So if error does not equal error okay, then something went horribly wrong. Something. My buddy used to work for a major ISP at its like one of the NOCs. And they had this system from China that they used to monitor stuff. And whenever something major would go down, there was this lady's voice who would say, "Something wrong." And he told me about that, and that just made me so happy for some reason. It just made me chuckle. I was like, "Oh, that's sweet." That's sweet. But it's like when you get a pair of Bluetooths, like a cheap generic Bluetooth headphones, and you go to pair it, and it's like powing. And you're like, "Oh, that's nice." It makes me happy. Oh man. So we're just gonna say it's not racist, it's just an accent. Nimbus is how'd life. We used to have great announcements when I worked at the cruise ships, throw 72 nationalities in a tin can and make them all speak English. Every day it's a little different, a little bit of flavor, a little bit of spice. Ah, man. Oh man, so my son's learning his phonics, right? And I was offhand, I was like trying to describe something that he had done to my wife. And I kept saying the phonetic I was saying the phonetic sounds for A-E-I-O-U in Japanese, not English. So she was so confused. Because I kept saying, I was like, oh, he was saying one of the vowel sounds, but it was the Japanese way of doing it. And she's like, what? That's not how you, like, instead of ah for apple, it was ah. And it was just funny. It was because she's like, what are you talking about right now? Mostly very dry, aggressive Greek men. Caffeine tablets are popular in Sweden. That's weird. Is it cheaper than coffee or something? Okay. Now, who knows what the errors are going to read? So if there is an error, here's what we'll do. We'll assert the error. So for now, we're just going to pop it up so that we know about it. And if you guys don't know about error to string, you do now. I didn't know about this until very recently. Error to string is a function in Godot that allows you to pass a resulting error into it, and it'll print it out as a readable string and not just a number. So I'm basically saying that we should be okay. If we're not, then print whatever the error message is. That's But eventually, once we do get an error, we'll kind of get an idea of what could go wrong. And I guess what I could do is do a netstat and pick a port that I know is in use to see what that error would look like. Why must I be cursed with a mind that only comes up with overly ambitious ideas? Now, that this error even happens might be rare because I don't know. We'll see. But we'll see. We're going to keep going here, guys. We're going to keep going. Peer. Create client. Host. Port. And create client. Host and port and channel. Default is 0. Bandwidth. In and out bandwidth. What is that? In and out bandwidth. The in bandwidth and out bandwidth parameters can be used to limit the incoming and outgoing bandwidth to the given number of bytes per second. The default 0 means unlimited. Interesting. So we could fake network slowness for testing with these two. It wouldn't be latency, though. It would just be... My hobby is starting projects and never ending them. Ghost, we are the same, you and I. But this time I'm going to let so many people down that if I don't do this, I'll just go into hiding for the rest of my life. I'll just go into hiding. We're going to yank these two lines here and put them down here as well. We want to have an error be returned here. Var error. Okay. So while Sweden is one of the heaviest caffeine users, it's also one of the heaviest nicotine pouch users, both legally and socially accepted stimulants. Is this per capita? Is this per capita or is this some weird fudging of the numbers? It's so awful. Even my friends are calling me out. I'm like hiding away with a way that I'm working on anything so that they don't bring up every other thing I was supposed to finish. Ah, dude, I feel it, man. I feel it. Just, it's a little too close to home. I don't know. Call it rough facts. I haven't even been drinked for that long. I haven't even been drinking for that long. Started when I was 30, maybe. Lunesta is one of the few people that's seen me slightly inebriated. It was like one time. I just turn into a sad drunk. That's why, again, I don't drink to get drunk or anything like that. Like, I stay away from it because I know I'm like, no, I'm going to be one of those sad drunks. I don't want to be that. Yeah, you got sad. Yeah, Nesta remembers. I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry. Oh, God. I'm sorry. Okay. Man, maybe it's going to take longer. Who knew making a network game was such a an ordeal, guys. Is Pure Connected really just give us ID? That's it. Pure disconnected. Okay. So for this, for any of this, we don't have any UI for this. I'm happy horny when I drink 75%. I'm happy 25% horny. That's a good combination. That's a dangerous combination, though. You're going to get yourself in trouble. So we're going to grab from 3D Dungeon Crawler. I got to track it down now. I think it was in the netcode. We had a way of grabbing the...
Gentlemen, this is Democracy Manifest.
Juicy Thick Hog. I thought you changed your username. I didn't know you still had it. God, that's a good one. I'm looking for there's a way of grabbing the parameters that are sent via, so I'm looking at the old project because in Godot you can say customize run instances and then pass args. And I'm looking at where I grep the args at. I'm trying to find that again. Could have sworn it was here. Three days ago was the first time I got drunk. I was trying to make logical sentences, but I wasn't able to just make. It was just making me annoyed. Interesting experience, but never again. Yeah, I don't like. I definitely don't like that feeling of like not being in control. Like the you feel yourself. It does feel like you're. Speaking of lag, it feels like your inputs have this like lag to them. And it's like, I don't like this feeling. I don't like IRL input lag is not fun. Here it is. Whoa. Oh no. Gotta close and reopen Godot. I just busted everything. Ah, shit. There we go. Okay. Unclutch your pearls and you're doing that thing that people do. I'm not saying that I'm against people drinking or getting drunk. That's projection, brother. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying I don't like it, and that's my choice, right? So what does it matter to you? It shouldn't matter. I once drank so much tequila I painfully, and I mean beyond anything I've felt, tearfully puked up a green bile. That didn't stop me. Dude, that's another reason. Like, I just don't like vomiting. I'm not a fan of that. I'm not a fan of that. Man, having kids, that's the worst part about having kids, though. The number of times I've gotten the stomach flu since I've had kids is way too many. So many times I've woken up in the middle of the night and just had to go and hurl. Just like that retching. I've been known to have 3/4 of a beer 2 times a year at a baseball game. So I'm a bit of a wild one. He's a wild one. All right, let's see if we can get these command line arguments. Okay, we just want a list of them. And what kind of args are we going to do to get this going? Customize run instances. Multiple instances. We're going to say 2. Launch arguments. We almost need to have a delay. Oh, see, and this is weird too, because we do not want this to happen for testing. If one of our arguments, because now we're going to have two sessions trying to connect to the same thing. Launch arguments here. All right, let's say get command line arguments. So it's under OS. Dash dash. So we'll have client equals true, and then we have host and port. And we could do comma separated for this instead. We'll do it this way for now. So now if we play test, this is where we're going to see if, what happens here. Override main args. All right, what happens when we run? Core resource and base cache. Why are we suddenly shitting the bed here? It's right there. Oh, it's missing. My bad. You are correct, sir. Line 20 on networking. Error, can't create. What? Can't create. Okay. Damn, I think I think I need to reroute my inventory system. I think it does sound like fun. Says in theory. Second says it doesn't. Doing a quest system right now, and it's so many variables and functions and data tables and structs all over doing the ding ding place. Yep. It's process function and GUI input function that works together. It was a pain. I'm mid-obliterating my item and inventory system too. Don't let second diminish what could be fun with his negativity. Only 124 more errors too. 124 opportunities for fun. It's opportunities for fun. This summer, opportunities for fun. Error. So the error message is can't create. Can't create error. It's only happening once, which tells me that the reason why this is happening is that we're trying to create a server to the same port twice. And look at this. Uh-huh. So what we're going to do is if CMD arguments has client, then we're going to bail on the rest of this stuff. And we're going to try and do connect to server. So now this is not good. I don't like this already. Connect to server. And we're just going to pretend like everything we need is here. Okay. Let's see if that fixes it. Good. So it's coming through as a string. That's on function ready line 19. So we have to cast this SOB. There we go. And there's two. They're on top of each other. Okay, so now I have to figure out how to make this work with our window manager. Okay. Okay. So we are we successfully connecting? We are. We didn't get any errors. So we are creating a server and connecting to that server with our client. It appears to be working okay. Now, just for fun, just to confirm, yep. Okay, we do need a timeout. We need some sort of delay. Okay. And this needs a lot of work. Catch you in the future. Are you streaming today, Obsidian? I'll try and raid you if you are. Much love to Obsidian. Let me do a shout out. I need to do a shout out to a bunch of people right now. Obsidian. We got to roll up. There's a bunch of people we got to say much love to today. So now it doesn't seem like it, but we do now officially have We do officially have a server client connection happening. That's how easy it is in Godot to do that. Now we are going to try and solve our window problem. Multi-window. Export windows. Running. Here we go. Custom position. Centered. Force maximized. See, it's acting weird. Screen, same as editor. Game embed mode. What does this mean? Overrides the embedding setting for newly opened windows if enabled game embed settings are not saved. Don't know what that means. Let's try forced maximized. And see if that... What I want is for them to show up over here in the corner. Nope. Now, we could say in our launch arguments, we could give them some numbers here, and then use that to change the position of the window when it runs. That's a really dumb way to do it. That's a really dumb way to do it. Force full screen. What happens when you do this with 2? Woo! Is their tailbone okay? Dude, I hurt my tailbone. It's been weeks now. It still stings a little when I sit down. So I'm not technically full screen. If we do this, it does that. That's not helpful. She said her bum hurt a little. I guess what we could do is, could we run it on a different, preview screen, next screen, primary screen, screen 1. I don't know. There's probably a way I can do this using Hyperland to roll it up onto a different screen altogether. But I don't know how to do that. Another possibility might be in the project settings itself for the window. Here. Mode is windowed. What happens if we choose maximized? It's worse. All right. We might have to write our own little custom doohickey. If we just shove them over, like one over here and one over here, and we scale, that'll be enough for me. Could also move the bar from the bottom or hide it altogether. Was it Super F? Super F's full screen. Yeah, but I think there is like a, I want to say it's Shift Super, something else. Super Alt F. Yeah, I just want it to be sort of automagical, right? That's full screen. So both those do full. One does with the title bar on the top, or whatever this is called, I forget. So one's like that, one's without. Cycles it. All right, well, we're still going. We're making forward progress. Okay. So we could just try moving the window around, right? So there is the main window. Let's do that. So we can get the window from the scene tree. And we can initial position. So we can use position just to sort of move it around. If I remember correctly, the one without the title bar is borderless. Can we execute the debug mode when we run it here? Can we pass something? Because right now it's not acting tiled. If I could just force it to be a tiled window, that would help a bunch. Because they would both open here and this would shove over when we're running. And that would be nice. I would be fine with that. And then we could just fix the ratio so that if they're, we could have it. I'm just not sure how to do that. I'm not that familiar with Hyperland. We do have launch arguments, so can we pass something in the launch arguments of a window opening from Godot that tells Hyperland to do something? Can we pipe from here? Like, these are commands parameters that we're sending to the executable. So could we do a pipe command and then some Hyperland command that gets us to make the window do something we want? Does anyone know? I don't know. Maybe that's possible. But in the meantime, I think what we'll do is, if it's a client, if it's not a client, we'll move it one place, and if it is a client, we'll move it another. So for now, we're just going to do this the most lame way possible, which is the default window placement. Now, this is interesting, too, because the custom rect right now is centered. So from top left, so we should be at the very top left, right? And we're not. So clearly there is something going on. What happens if I just set it to like 1,000? What happens? So no, any setting of the window position is not going to do anything. Shoot. Crap. Another showstopper. We had one yesterday with the animations. And here we are today, just because the OS we're in and window tiling. We're in a bit of a pickle. Although it is possible that this isn't even doing anything. No, it is, though, because if we do forced full screen, it's gonna... Yeah, no, this is definitely doing something. Custom position? Maybe that's what I'm looking for. Okay. Presuming it's off center, let's just set 100 here. Aha! We have something. Okay. So if it's clients... Now this needs to be temporary. We have to do this only if we're in the editor. So we would want to do a test for this, but for now we're not going to do that. We're playing it fast and loose. get tree root is the window position. And if it's this, we're going to set it to some vector 2 value. And position, I'm assuming, is a vec2i. It is. And then if it's not, we're going to do it up here. And for now, we could do some math here, but we're just going to kind of start guessing until we get it right. We do know our window height. All right, we're going to do this the most jank way possible. Height is 648, so this one we're going to nudge down 648 in the same width. Okay, let's give it a shot. Let's go back to the editor here. We're not going to do anything here for custom position. It's all in code now. Well, now one of them is and the other one isn't. That is weird, and it is down. That is very weird. Let's do a breakpoint here. Just confirm we're even hitting this somewhere, because maybe we're not. That is so weird. Yep. Roger, roger. Roger, roger. That is weird. Now, is this... I mean, because we could set... Huh. Let's try some other number besides 0. It's behind this. Somehow that screwed things up even more. It's putting it behind Godot. How is that even possible? Oh, you know what? We're not doing it. We're doing the break too late. Okay, so we're hitting the break. That's why it's acting that way. This is weird. This is very weird. Now, we could... Okay. Continuing with our math. 1920 by 1080. Our width is... So if we take 1920 and subtract 768, that's how far over we need to shove it, and then we'll be all the way to the other side. So 768 by 648. So now we should be flush to the right side, and for some reason we're not here. We actually need to be down a little so we'll have access to the stop and start buttons too. Good golly. Let me do a shout out to Little Doctor. Little Doctor was here. Little Doctor Games. The chillest hang that you could find. We must be not... Oh, you know what? We're not 1920. We're a 4K monitor. Okay, well, one of them is working. And the other one doesn't give a damn. That's a little frustrating. Let's just say if we do it here... You know, it's doing it on ready, and I'm wondering if that's part of our problem too. Because I'm wondering if it's not happening because the default setting of the window position is firing afterwards. So can we await for ready and then assign it, I wonder? So if we do all this... Await. Ready. And then we do this. Take a chance, take a chance, take a chance. Is there next frame? Take a chance on me. How about when a peer connects, we'll do it. I think I pooped my pants. Baby, set me free. Poop your pants on me. So we aren't getting any peer connected. We're not getting any peer connected. We aren't getting any errors when we try to connect though. Let's do a different port. Let's just make up a port. 1, 2, 3, 5. Take a poop on me. Oh God. 1, 2, 3. What was it? 1, 2, 3, 5. Take a poop on me. So let's set a timer. Await. Timer. How do you do the Okay, we do 2 seconds. Okay, we'll wait to connect to the server after 2 seconds. 1, 2. The window moves. Okay, so what if we set a timer? Take a poop on me. Ba 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 ba. Today our trust exercise class includes. So now one of them is moving here and the other one isn't moving. WTF, mate. Embedded window cannot be moved. Embedded window cannot be moved. We've got a hint. Embedded window. Embedded window. Ah. Game embed. Oh my God. Okay, I think I can't tell if take a chance on me. Taka 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 taka. Ba ba ba. Taco Bell is yummy. Ba 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 ba. To Taco Bell. It's real yummy and it's free. Eat some Taco Bell. Eat some Taco Bell. Ah, I see the problem. I'm a little teapot, short and stout. There we go. This is my handle. This is my spout. Okay. We got something. All right, so now I know it looks like we're in concert right now, but we don't have 2 users actually spawned on the scene, so that's part of our problem. Problem number 1, uno. What do you think about the Semi-Feld reboot called A-Teens? What the hell are you talking about? We're going to lose. What is A-Teens? Oh, for ABBA? I didn't even know about him. Yeah, I don't know about him. Taco Bell, Taco Bell, Taco Bell, Taco Bell. I remember the Angry Beavers episode making fun of ABBA with the Baba. I think they were called Baba. Ba 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 ba. Taco Bell is free. Semi-Feld. All right. Who we had let me go up to the top here. We had Tom Millman was here. Oh no, that's old. This was last night. Here we go. Code Wonderland. Let me do a shout out to Code Wonderland. Hopefully that has a... Does it? Nope. Gotta do it by hand. There we go. Dunkel, how's it going? Well, whatever the hives were that broke out on my body from stress, they are going away. I don't know what that was about. I'm doing fine. I just talked about my skin. So, but they're going away. Although, we now have a theory that it may have been spider bites. It's possible that at night, like a spider got underneath my shirt and was just like, let me out, and was biting me a bunch. I don't know. It's weird. Anyways. This is how you keep people on the edge of the seat when you're streaming. Yeah, I mean, stress is a funny thing. You try climbing up the walls? I haven't tried that yet. Something's going on in Discord. Oh, you know what? I forgot to see about the Minecraft server. Hang on a second, guys. I gotta see if Minecraft's working for me on our server. Come with me. I haven't been in a while. I haven't either. I haven't been a very good host. I went once. Life got crazy. Holt is living their best life. We're gonna lose is in there just going crazy. Colts built one of the Trade Center 1, basically. I'm just testing some stuff. Colts building like Sauron's tower with a eye staring at us. Johnson, how's it going? I'm just starting up my Minecraft to here to test something really quick. We're gonna get back to dev here in a second. At first glance, I dude, it's like me when I was a teenager, just always shirtless. Some skinny dude with farmer tan. Not anymore. Oh, it's the server. All right, give me a second. We're going to lose. Do I have... No. I had to take care of this offline so nobody sees any secret stuff. Give me just a second. Just shout out to Johnson while we're at it. Johnson's working on the mailroom. Find the true terror of discovering who Pepe Sylvia is. You got to have Pepe Sylvia as one of the names, Johnson. Pepe Sylvia, and then what is the there's a you could do a reference to there's like, I mean, besides Newman and Seinfeld, I feel like there's something, some address thing or some you could do the name of the wife that died licking stamps for the wedding invites, George's fiance. Has a mailroom. That's where Pepe Sylvia comes from. That's a reference to, hey, everything's Pepe Sylvia. Pepe Sylvia. There is no Pepe Sylvia. That's why I'm always joking. It's like the true terror. Who is Pepe Sylvia? There's no Pepe Sylvia. What does he do? He just starts burning the mail. Like if he can't find who it goes to, he just like burns it or something. Oh man. I just throw it away. Just throw it away. Something like that. All right, sorry. I'm getting this networking thing going. I'll keep chipping away at that so I don't forget. Okay, so if we're doing so we got our window thing figured out. That was good. That was a nice little sidetrack. Don't you love it when we get sidetracked? Isn't that always the greatest? Not sidetracked. What I call them, showstoppers. I can't stand showstoppers. I refer to it. Showstopper to me is anything where you know that you're butting up against something where it's like, there's some problem that I have to solve that has nothing to do with the creation of the thing I'm trying to create. And it's stopping me from creating the thing I'm trying to create. And that's the showstopper thing. That's when I refer to that. That's what I mean. Okay, I'm going to focus. Watch out, everyone. I'm locking in. Make room. Make room. Pepe Sylvia is... Get pure bind. This is not making any sense. I'll be totally frank. You can be Sally. Because we're supposedly connecting, but we aren't getting any peer connected or disconnected messages. Now we are doing... What we could do is connect here on peer. It's possible that we're not setting up the multiplayer, the actual multiplayer stuff correctly, in that we're not getting it on the scene tree proper. It's Pepe Sylvia. Showstoppers are usually like a block for release, yeah. Too sleepy. Pepe Sylvia. It's Pepe Sylvia. Can we do it without the timeout now? Yes, we can. Okay. So then can we do it? Is it too soon? Is this the problem? Is it too soon? Yes. Okay, so we just need some amount of a pause here. Pepe Sylvia. There's no Pepe Sylvia. Oops. There we go. So now we don't have to sit around and wait. It just moves the windows. This is a hack. Yeah, I mean, yeah, for me, I think Showstopper still kind of works. It kind of works. Create server, create client. Now, is there a difference between create a client that connects to the server address using specified port? The given address needs to be either a fully qualified domain name or an IP address. The port is the port the server is listening on. The channel can't blah, 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 blah. And blah, 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 blah. Note that eNet will strategically drop packets on specific sides of a connection between peers to ensure the peer's bandwidth is not overwhelmed. The bandwidth parameters also determine the window size of a connection, which limits the amount of reliable packets that may be in transit at any given time. Returns OK if a client was created. Returns error already in use if this eNet multiplayer instance already has an open connection. In which case you need to call multiplayer peer closed. Okay. So it can't be that. If the client could not be created, error can't create. And we were seeing error can't create earlier, but we aren't now. If local port is specified, the client will also listen to the given port. This is useful for some NAT traversal techniques. I see. Let's try to connect to something that we know is just junk. So okay, so let's use an incorrect port. And we get an assertion error. Okay. So we know that it's connecting to our server. So the question is, and so my theory right now is that our assignment of multiplayer pure, this is not the correct way to do this. Or our signal, we need to connect our signals on this little bad boy. It might be our connection itself is incorrect. What happened? I think that's probably more the answer is we're not connecting the signal proper. Okay. That's what I'm going to lean on right now. So, let's go ahead and print. I'll give it a second here. We're going to do the same thing.
Mr. is trying to get a hold of you.
Your mom's trying to get a hold of you. Redstone. Not too sure, but you don't seem to have launch arguments enabled. They're working. Those are you're looking at something else. Let me show you what you're looking at. We know those are working. Otherwise, I wouldn't have just gotten the error I got. Okay, let's see here. Yeah, what you're thinking of is this up here, the main arguments or override. So override main arguments would you can have in addition to. So this would be for all. And then this would be on top of, as I understand it. An override would mean we're going to only do these ones. But I could double check. Could do that. No. Wait a minute. No, that was the timer. Okay, so one of them is offline multiplayer pure. So I think it's our look at that, offline multiplayer pure. And then the other one's fine. Now let's try it with a single client and see what error we get. Because my guess is we're going to get offline multiplayer. So we're going to get rid of multiple instances. And I'm betting it's going to say the same thing, offline. Ready. Huh. So that one was ready. So let's do... Oh my God! Oh my God, there it is. Multiplayer pure. Oh my God. I think I found it. I was flushing it out. Not moments later. Seconds, fractions. Pure connected. There it is. Jeez. Jeez. Oh, look at this. This is so if the window, all right, so I can use the WASD. WASD's not broadcasting to both of them. Okay, so that's how we can test. All right, we're getting there. We're getting there. Let's get the camera doing something good. I don't know if you guys saw what I was doing, what was causing this problem, but I was literally assigning multiplayer peer to it and then immediately flushing it because I had that leftover code about going offline. I moved it down to the bottom. So we never actually established the connection. Even though it says to create the client, it's fine. Whatever steps it does after that, it poops the bed. So still would expect to see a peer connected message, but we don't. Okay. So now we can just pop a server and a client connection. We're set. This is the early days of this. This is going to need a ton of work. There's going to be a billion changes to where and how this is happening. But for now, and also we're going to have to, it doesn't matter. There's a ton of stuff that we have to take care of. Okay. So we got the windows going. We got the split windows set up so we can test two clients. So now what we need to do is when a client connects, we have to get its player character and spawn that into our world at a different spot than when our current player character is at. So let's try and do this in a way that will fit the game's theme. So like if this was Star Trek, this would be the equivalent of the like the warp pads. What do they call the beam pads? Are they called beam pads? Telepads? Maxi pads. That's what they're called, maxi pads. Okay. All right, Cricket, you had your fun. Women are so futuristic. God, that tailbone. Oh my God. I need to get a squishy seat thing. I think my mom had one. She had hip surgery. That was her excuse. Mine is just not anything. See, why does this stuff keep opening? Oh, because of the errors. Does this work? Yes. Okie dokie. We are looking golden. Here connected. Excellent. Finished. Take a chance on me. If you're eating Taco Bell. Why is this command arguments on the outside when it could be on the inside? They don't need to be anywhere else but here, baby. It don't need to be anywhere but here. This summer, Cricket's got a new name. Taco Cricket. Oh, yeah. Okay, let's think about this. Bring in the noise, bring in defunk. Now I'm trying to figure out my save system. But I'm also making up new lyrics to take a chance on me. Just as long as it's not take a poop on me. Take a poop, take a poop, take a poop. Take a poop on me. It's so stupid. Oh my god. Take a poop, take a poop, take a poop. Or totally fit the rhythm. That's fine. Mmm. I remember chips. I want some chips. Oh, there's a chip on me. I got some greasy spill sitting on my chest. So the simple way to do this is to just you have it on the character. I don't even have it here. But you do I'm trying to remember. There's like network something, right, guys? Multiplayer synchronizer. And then there's the root path. Normal US potato crisps. And then we have all this stuff. Let's take a look at our other project. The dungeon crawler. Mm-hmm. That was the core of it. Ah, here we go. That's right. Then you add the properties that you sync here. And yeah, I mean, this is probably not going to be what we end up doing because it's so um yeah. I don't think we're going to do it this way. But there is something here, multiplayer synchronizer. I think we assign the peer to it. But I don't think I'm going to use it. That's right. Okay, they need to share the same node path for syncing. I just don't think I'm going to do it this way. Um because I want to make sure that um I don't know. This seems like so much work that I'm going to not end up using. So I'm going to use, I'm going to grab a big restroom break here and think about this, but I'm pretty confident we're not going to use multiplayer synchronizer. I mean, there's a time and a place for something like that. Like, but I'm going to end up using so much of, hey, I'm doing this thing. That I might as well do that for movement as well, and rotation and all the other things, and just do it that way. Um, that I don't think I need to worry about this any other way. The other thing is, this isn't. I don't know. Yeah, I think we're gonna do it by hand, just for validations and a bunch of other things. So I'll be right back. Duplicate that. Oops. Be right back. right, back at it. Oh. Maybe we don't put the water bowl right where we walk through. Maybe we don't do that. Dude, I gotta say, streaming without the headphones, so liberating. Very liberating. All right, so let's not use multiplayer synchronizer. That means we're gonna have to do everything by hand, boys. That's fine. All right, that's fine. I think if I end up anything, I'll end up with earplugs. I'll do the wireless dealios. I don't like the multiplayer sync mode anyways. I don't either. It feels like easy mode. But not in like to make my life easy, because I still end up having to do all the other stuff anyways. And the whole scene tree thing is just kind of frustrating. Right. Yeah, no, because you end up doing, it's kind of like, oh, you don't have to worry about memory with garbage collection. And then you're making a video game in a garbage collected language, and the frames start doing this. And it's like, oh, what's happening? Damn. Well, yeah, and that's the other thing is, I mean, it's good for like initially when you don't know what you need everything to be, to just throw it in there, but then you just have to do all the work to get rid of it. So why bother? All right. Well, nudge for everything stupid. Yeah, dude. I agree. Funnily enough, though, I did like the tween node. I did like the tween node because for whatever reason, when I'm tweening in Godot, I need to stop the tweens all the time. And that becomes really hard to do when you give them to the Godot land. All right. So what I'm trying to think of right now is some sort of Aussian equivalent to entering someone else's world from yours. I guess a hot air balloon would sort of be. Oh yeah, no, I know what you're talking about. Yeah. Yeah, dude, it drives me nuts. I that's why I try to that's why I try to keep as much in data as possible. Those tutorials out there that are telling people, actually JD does dev, I remember talking to him about this because he had made one, but the whole use the tree system for a state machine is like, yeah, if you have like one player character that you're trying to keep track of state of, but the minute it's like something in the thousands, it's like suddenly there's a very ungood way to do it. It is funny that Godot's primary method for everything, the scene tree and nodes, it's like you actually want to be, when you're dealing with scale, it's like you want to be less and less liberal with it. Um, I'm sure a lot of things in other engines are the same way, where they can set yourself up to, like, you're putting the noose around your head and you don't even realize it when you're playing, when you're using it. Okay. So let's say the metaphor is you're getting on a hot air balloon to go visit someone else's world. And if you're hosting your world, you're going to some landing pad area. Yeah. Yep. Now there's a scene in my game where you battle Blake and his stepdad Jeremy, who are redneck wizards that are house sitting for the Candy Witch that turned you into a pinball. Yeah, but if you have 500 enemies with 5 states, we're at 2,500 nodes just for states. Then the node for the enemy, 3,000, then collision, 2,500. You want a texture? 4,000. Yep, yep. It can. I'm working on the game with my daughter, her game. And I decided we're not going to stream the development of it. It's too distracting for her. As much as I know she loves it. But the scope creep is real with her. You think I'm bad. But there's a code or a phrase that Todd, my friend Todd, from Fallout fame. What is it? It's the video games you can do anything, but you can't do everything. Yeah. But it's understandable, Red. I mean, if you think about how green you were when you got started with it and how much you know now, of course you're going to look back in terror at everything that you did at the beginning. And some of those choices you made at the beginning are weaved into everything. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. I think I have it now. You're going to set up a server no matter what. We were talking about this. And when you set up the server, that's when we instantiate the character. All right? So, right now, player controller. So let's look at the game. Right here, player. So we're not going to do it here. So right here, after success, we instantiate the player here. Now, this needs to be in the game scene. The game scene. It's annoying because I try to do an optimization to general performance, but then in most cases I need to update that for when the vehicle loses a block, so I have to do that again, and it's just slower, and I have to end up slower than end up having it how it is. I'm really trying to do multi-meshing, but it's just so freaking hard with destruction physics and all this BS. Yeah. So are you using how are you utilizing Steam stuff? Are you using Steam's relay stuff? Or is this a straight IP to IP connection? The Steam lobby system. But when you're doing the actual connection, so when you use the lobby and you do the peer-to-peer connection, is that not using the Steam relay? Is it just saying, what's your IP? Open up these ports. Okay, I'll connect. I'm just curious. Because I'm going to try and use Steam's lobby system and the peer-to-peer stuff. The relay. Okay. Well, I'll let you know how it goes once I start messing with it. It just connects them. Okay. So one of these should have a player character and the other one shouldn't. Correct. Okay. And then when we connect, it just connects them. I call join, it joins, I'm happy. Not super knowledgeable about the actual low level stuff. I have a base understanding, but other than that, it's just hopes and prayers. I am gonna warn you, comma. So we should really put the players in a scene here called players. Bells, what's up? How you doing, man? There we go. Thanks, Els. I appreciate it. I feel like a little bit of a liberal arts teacher when I wear these. Whatever that means. Now, you see your scarf? It used to be like, yeah, we're doing some sort of stage play. All right, everybody, let's go. 1, 2, 3, eyes on me. We're doing this. Places people from the top. Let's see what we got. This might not work at all. Hey! But we don't have we don't have the okay. So let's see. We are doing peer connected and peer disconnected. Now, are these only emitted when a remote peer connects? Okay. So what ID are we connecting as? Oh, wow. I didn't realize it was such a Okay, so what ID? Can we check our ID? Get unique ID. So that's us. So then when we add, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to say player.name equals multiplayer get unique ID to string. Can we do as string? Can we just cast it as a string? Maybe. Okay. And we're gonna need to be able to associate. So hopefully our multiplayer IDs are identical on both ends. Okay. And we'll check the scenes tree here in a second when we do this. Can I convert value to string? To string. Okay. Var to string? Var to stir? How you doing, Bob? We do a shout out to Els. You still digging Omarchi? Yeah, dude, I love it. If you're used to Vim motions, Omarchi's pretty cool because it all sort of ties into it. But it's got this nice little thing, and again, I don't know how much of this is actually Hyperland and how much is Omarchi itself. But if you do Windows key K, you can get your key bindings and just search through them here. So if there's something you can do with keyboard shortcuts, you can start to learn them just by searching this. And then you can do, well, and again, I'm saying Windows key, but it's super alt spacebar brings up this little deal here. And there's learn. And if you go here, you've got the manual to Omarchi, Hyperland, Arch, NeoVim, all right here. And then installation is really easy. Oh yeah, I forgot that I wrote that. And then you can do fun things with stylizing it and things like that. If you ever need to install something, you can just hit install here, package, and then you can search Krita, and it's right there, and you can install it like this. Put in your passcode. Bingo, bango. In my case, so we're done. So Krita's installed. Krita's already installed, but it is really that fast. It feels that fast when you're doing the main packages. Never hand off your keyboard type stuff. Yeah, generally. It's all tiled Windows Manager. Pretty mouse based. Yeah, and it does fight windowing systems that don't take into account that they might be tiled. For instance, Godot. Godot is really fighting it. And I don't think support for tiling is coming anytime soon because the open ticket for it is from 2011. So, but you still can work around it. And there's ways of saying when you execute a program to run, you can give it some. You can tell Hyperland how you want it to handle it. So you can still work with it. And then you got your multiple desktops. So super key, I have 1, 2, 3, 4 here. So I can switch between the different, I think they call them windows or tabs. You can switch between them. And then you can do groups. And I'm not too familiar with groups yet. I'm not too familiar with groups. And then there's like, trying to see, is it Control Shift? Yeah, so you can change your theming here. So you can bring up this theme stuff and then very quickly change the theme like that. And it changes the background. But we're on Tokyo night. So. And like I've got a little bit of magic going on if you've got something focused or not. There's a little bit of transparency that's happening there. So Roger, have a good one. Let me do a shout out to Roger. I keep forgetting to do shout outs to Roger. Roger. And I don't have a thing for Roger. I got to add that. So we'll do it by hand. Shout out to Roger. Roger's a great streamer to follow. Not streaming all the time, but still a good one. Godot is open source. It's true. I got my 6800 working. I can't be sure, but I think it turned out that wasn't my problem. So the graphics card thing, I just read your journey on Discord, Els. I'm gonna put a little laughing next to it. I'm sorry. Because now I can try Wayland versions, yeah. Yeah, so Hyperland is Wayland. Arch I think is just always is I don't even know. But even I had to do some crazy stuff to get, not too crazy, but to get Vulkan rolling on this. I had to do some work. And I had to do some work to get OBS to see that I could do graphics acceleration. But the wake up issue, I'm not sure yet, but so far it seems to be a BIOS issue with not allowing wake up from suspended via USB devices. Something Windows was compensating for, but Linux wasn't. Yeah, Omarchi supposedly has a bunch of work done on it to handle the automatic configuration of NVIDIA. But yeah, so like when you're on here and you want to go to the different windows, you can do the super key and then the arrows. I think I'm going to move that over to the because you can do stuff like this with the like the window layouts, but I think I'm going to move it because I prefer the bindings for Vim to do the window navigation. So why did this one not freak out? Could have sworn there was a way from an integer to cast as a string easily, but I guess not. Why is the other one enormous in the background? There we go. Okay, so now it's controlling both of them. So, all right, we're getting there. We're getting there. And then on the other one, let's check the scene trees on both these bad boys. Now, how do we change who we are? So that's the one. So I want to check the scene tree for the other one. How do we do that? Why am I compatibility right now? That's weird. Is it debugger? There we go. There we go. So as far as we're concerned, it's the other. So we don't see ourselves as anything but ID 1. And does it really matter? I don't think it matters because we have the ID to communicate back and forth thusly. So Sets which peers to send the packets will be sent. Broadcast is 0. Packets are sent to all connected peers. Packets are sent to the remote peer acting as server. Okay. Now, is this specifically the... This is multiplayer peer. Okay. Well, we don't want to send to everybody. So this should probably be the server. All right, this isn't too much to get going. We're almost there, boys. We're almost there. So I don't think we need to do the name here, but it's handy. It's handy. Now, when we connect multiplayer get unique ID, I don't know. Does it matter? Yeah, because we have to say who's doing what. Who's doing what? Now, it is weird that, we're doing this before we connect. Good golly, Miss Molly. A lot of this needs to move. I'm going to be a little stubborn about this because the initial setup of this is so important that I want to get it right. I want a perfect body. Yeah. Sweet. Somebody's made a creeper video for Minecraft for that song. Like, that's a given, right? That's a given. Okay, but the very fact that we connected. I want you to notice. That's one of those, like, this song speaks to me when you're like a teenager. That's exactly how I feel. So pure disconnected and connected. I mean, are we going to get this when, let's just try it. Let's try registering for those signals on the client side and see if we get notifications. Which would be strange to me, but who knows? Maybe that's what happens. It does. Well, all right then. So okay. It's not an RPC call. So when a peer connects, the server is going to say, okay, here's where you are, and here's where I am. to kick things off. And it's going to create the existence of the player at that moment. So in the game's design, the way that this is going to look is, in your world, I want to go visit, Steve Bob's world. And so you go on your hot air balloon, and it's like, oh, connecting to Steve Bob. This is why all of these things do this, where it's like, oh, I'm floating in the sky and I'm connecting, or like there's some sort of like, oh, something's changing. I feel it inside. When you're in a game where you have your persistent world and then you're leaving to go somewhere else, it's like, oh, you're getting on a plane, or you're blah, 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 right? Because ultimately, I think what it's doing is it's like, okay, I have to now synchronize the characters on your end and their end. And so we got to do a little bit of shuffling around of our scene elements and stuff like that, and kind of put everything back where they need to be. So to do this, you know what else? I don't appreciate that sarcasm. I don't appreciate it. So in our game code, let's do it. So on game. You know what? I don't appreciate that. I don't like it one bit. Let's see. RPC. Now we got to remember. Now we got to. Oh. These are only emitted on clients. Good to know. Okay. Okay, I'm getting coffee. Apparently, I have a Pavlovian response to Pavlovian response to your stream now. Start salivating. It's like a bell ringing. Okay, so this only comes from authority. Call remote. This function will be called on a local peer. Useful when the server is also a player. Call remote. This function will not be called on the local peer. Call local, so it's going to be on both. And this must happen, so we're going to say reliable. Okay. So then we have func. Add client. Add player client. Okay. And then we're going to say ID integer. Okay. Having coffee and it's basically midnight. You're wild. For the record, it's only in 3:30 and it's only 6:30 here, but it's so dark. All right, so this, the adding of the characters is, so what we're doing is we're setting this up to happen across the network. It's a network call now. It's a remote procedure call. So the other trick that we learned here to make sure that we don't screw this up is in our network code of our old game, there was a check we could do that let us make sure that this only got called by the server or something along those lines. Let's see here. Main. I want to say we had it on the game code. Singletons, network, and then game. There was some sort of assertion we would make. Now, assertion doesn't stick around when the game is running production. But it was useful for testing to catch if we screwed that up. Because we don't want to kill the game if we get this wrong. Although we probably do. Because that means someone's trying to hack some shit. Once we have it going right. Trying to see where the assertions are. No, it's not network. It might be server is where I was doing them. Started putting everything in a big function called server. But I'm probably not going to do that for this game because if you're playing the game, you are the server. Unless you things change. And then you're getting everything from the server. But everything is running as though it's running from a server. So it allows us to set this up in a way where we know the netcode is going to work because we're using it for everything that is important to that. Am I making sense? Maybe not. I don't know. Server? Here we go. Peer-to-peer server. Some sort of assertions here. Here we go. Yeah. Multiplayer is server. So on this call locals, we can assert this RPC function can only be called on the server. That's our little lovely thing. So that lets us catch us being a dumbass. That's our little making sure we don't hang ourselves. And there were some other ones too, if I recall. The opposite, I believe, as well, where it's like this should only be like this is getting called on a pure. I can't quite remember, but there was another thing that we could check on the other end of it where it's like, hey, we're a peer, we're not a server. Like this shouldn't be getting called. $23:30 here, so yeah, basically midnight. Almost 11:30, right? It's always nearly midnight somewhere. Getting there. Okay, so we have this now. So I have add player client. So then we're going to call this. This is going to get called on both. On both. So I think what we need to do when we're setting up the connection is we're going to actually get rid of both and re-establish ourselves using this call. I don't know. It's almost like we gotta kind of wait for everyone to come in. I would like for it not to be like this, but I think for clean's sake and getting this to just work initially, but it would be cool as if you're the server, you could just be running around doing other things and then people start popping in. You see the balloon come down and they like land and get out and everything. And you're like, oh, hey, so-and-so joined. That would be cool. That would be the cool way to do it. That's what we would envision. Would be the cool way. And the balloon thing's a little on the nose. The hot air balloon's a little on the nose, but I like it. It implies you're coming from somewhere else. And then on your side, as the connection is happening, you're getting up and you know, give some time for it all to. 24 more minutes here. Well, that's what I just did? Question mark? Huh? Are you a little behind on the stream, Red? Dude, by the way, guys, I think the DVR thing on Twitch is a huge mistake. I don't know why they did that. I think it is a big boo-boo. That's just my opinion, but I do not think there should be a DVR on the streams. Oh, refresh the stream. Yeah, subs with the DVR, man. I worry that it's going to screw things up. Yeah, if you subscribe to somebody, you get access to a DVR. There's also a beta that I got invited into for I actually don't know if I can talk about it on Twitch. Um I don't know if I can talk about it. I can tell you that I think that the direction that Twitch is going, it's going to start falling apart. It's kind of like if I'm to compare it to like a streaming service, it's like, oh, you know, you pay us this little bit extra and you don't get ads anymore. And then it's like, well, what if the ads didn't come from the it's like, what if we just did it this way? You'd still be cool with that even if you're paying? Playback with rewind and shit. Yeah. Yeah, it's like being able to scrub the stream as it's playing, you can go back. I just worry that it's going to be too much like people activate it on accident, not realize it. And then everyone ends up having to be IT for Twitch's dumbassery. But maybe I haven't used it or tried it, so I don't know, but maybe it like really lets you know that you're not live. So since this is so instead of this, we're going to say, oh, you know what else? I think it needs to be a static function. This is weird. Because we're going to need to, let's do it this way. And then we'll go here. Okay. Now see, we did an underscore. We shouldn't do that. Can we do static with an RPC? I don't know. Let's see, we can't use get tree. This is why I made my own server class. Because things started getting... So like I can't do game add player client from here. Is there any reason why I don't just put this? Because it's starting to look a lot like game logic. Ugh! I need to come up with a pattern for this, for Netcode. I'm glad I'm working through this right now. We got to come up with a way. I like the functionality. It was a little confusing to begin with, but I think it's pretty clear. It warns you that the chat is live and you're a little further back in the stream. They'll probably tweak it a bit after feedback. Yeah. We making games? Yep. We're trying. We're trying. All right. Well, then what we can do is... you know what we could do is have a reference to self on game as a static. um... we might have to what's about when allowed? So okay, I think to make our lives easier, I prefer as much as I can to refer to things statically. I don't like messing around with Godot's scene tree system. I try to um let that be where it is, and then I'm just talking to code and not the tree necessarily. I'm not having to think about how's the scene tree look and everything. But I think what we need to do is that our core game logic, I do think I need to throw it into a singleton. Because that way I don't need to, that is a static thing somewhere. So the one thing that I need to do to make this work, then I'm not mad. Pizza ordered. This is going to be a good night. Are you leaving? Are you heading out, Greg? All right. So let's do this. I always end up doing this where I have something called main, which is not the game code. I don't know why I fight these things, because I end up doing them every single time. I'm not sure, though. I'm still not sure on this. I don't know that network should be separate. So I'm thinking maybe we just get rid of the idea that we have this network managing thing. And we just do it all in our core, on our game code.
Shut up and take my money.
Let's go that route for a little bit, see how we end up. Refactoring is not that big of a deal this early. What is going on? Medusa T. Dustin with the gifted sub. I appreciate that. Where's the demo so we can start map hacking early? That is coming hopefully in November, the 1st of November. Remember the 1st of November. All right. So yeah, we're going to nuke network for now. Whoa, what happened? I think New of him just crapped the bed. Ugh. Hate it when I lose oh. Way to go, Cricket. Ugh. The LSP is broken. We gotta reload Godot. This is the worst. Get rid of this one. WTF, mate? Why is it going over there? It's acting like Godot is still open. There we go. Damn it. Something still has the LSP open somehow. Let's close both, or at least Godot. Dude, that makes no sense. When I do my shortcut to bring up Godot, it goes over to the other. Let's remove it then. There we go. That was annoying. Okay, so let's yank this since we lost the buffer. Go over here. Paste it in. Okay. So we'll put the RPC calls. Now, like I said, pretty much everything is going to be an RPC call because of how we're going to set this all up. So we'll see how this goes. Okay, so then we have add clients, ID. Okay. Then we get rid of this. So now add client goes out to everybody. When we connect, when we create the server, we're actually going to just go like this. And when the client comes in, that's what we're going to use to, we then tell everyone, hey, this is who it is. Now there's a problem with syncing here. Do you guys see it? We're hanging ourselves. We're creating a issue with syncing already. Okay. Can get rid of that. I forgot about November. No, wait. The 1st of December. The 1st of December. I'm sorry. It is November. What am I saying? It would be the 1st of December. I had to reinstall LazyVim, NeoVim on my work computer. And honestly, I'm not mad. Happy 5th of November. Still no idea what messed up, but I was in Mason and jumbled something. And then Vim crashed and every time I tried to use it. There are two ways to do network coding, and I don't recommend RPC unless you know how to build to be fluid and finessing or very robust. Well, RPC is what we got with Gedoot. Otherwise, we do it by hand, which we could. We could go really low. We could go really low. But I've done it before, and it hasn't been too bad. But right now it's the bootstrapping. We're just trying to get it going. Like, how do we bootstrap? Putting the players in and all that stuff. So the other thing, so when a peer connects, we need to tell it about everybody. That's what we need to do. So if we say, if a peer connects, what we really need to do is go through every single other peer that it's in our world and say, hey, here's everybody else. Blah. Right? Our one issue here is that And then peer disconnected, same thing. We're going to say remove player client. So I have roughly the same thing. What editor? So this is NeoVim. It's using lazy. It's using the LazyVim configuration. So if you look up LazyVim, that's what you're going to look for. I'm not an expert at it. I'm not the best Vim user. You're not going to see amazing motions or anything. I'm not Primogen. So don't expect anything wow, like I'm not going to wow you. I did. I mean I've used Linux since 2004 on and off. But I've always had a Linux box somewhere. Hypno was actually who inspired me during his setup to move from Vim to LazyVim, NeoVim. I got used to Vim because I terminaled into so many Linux boxes that were Debian, and VI was that was just like the easiest way to edit things. And I saw a guy at an ISP way back in the day whipping around on Vim, and I was like, holy shit. Nano's greater than Vim. I don't care either way. I'll say it. It's in my about description as well that I don't care about engine. I don't, none of that stuff matters. It's all about just making something great. And so let's fight about something. I do have opinions, but I also recognize that it's just my opinion, and I don't care what you're doing one way or another. Now, if we were working together and it was suddenly like I had to change what I was doing, we might have a problem. I used to do a lot of cloud work, so used Linux systems for a long time. At least you can create Nano without Googling the command. Isn't it crazy that that you can be in something that basically hijacks your terminal and you're just like, I don't know, I'm trapped. I'm trapped. All right. So we got to do this in a way that keeps everything in sync. Now this is interesting because if we're connected to the peers disconnected and connected signals, we can't execute this if we aren't server. So then we're going to get this assertion. This is what I'm talking about, where it catches me being a dumbass. So what we want to do is say multiplayer is server. Then we send this out. This is what I'm talking about. Now what we could do is have separate functions for peer, server peer, or client peer connected and disconnected. And that might be a cleaner way to do it. So let's do it that way. So there's a clear separation here. So now we're not doing that check. This signal is only firing on that function from the server. But we probably should still, I mean, this is me being a little lunatic-y, but I think we should probably say I think we should still do. I think we should double bag it. Oh man, double bag it. You know, I heard she might want to double bag it. Okay. All right, so we'll double bag it. Oh, cricket. So stupid. And then this one is going to be called client. See, this is where my Vim foo is really bad because I should be able to just do like the rename and then and all that stuff pretty more easily. Okay. So if this happens, we actually, okay, we're not going to worry about that just yet, but there is something we have to do if we get disconnected. But we got to tell the whole game, hey, you're not even in this world anymore. Go back to your world, basically, right? Whole bunch of stuff has to happen then. Gotta go. Good luck. All right. You're going to be saying that for months. We're going to lose. So we are looking to have a demo out. I think this is a good way to do it because instead of having like an if statement and being like, are you a server or are you a client? We know that we set up the function to call because we connected, and therefore we should still do that check. And if it's suddenly not right, like it's like, wait a minute, you were supposed to be a client, you're not, then we know something went really, really wrong. Need to play with Godot networking. How are you finding it? I've done it twice before. I had created a WebSocket server using Godot. So I had a WebSocket server that I'd programmed in Godot, and I made a multiplayer thing that connected to the WebSocket server that made lobbies. You would join the lobby, everyone would ready up, and you would connect to a game in browser. It was all in browser, and it used WebRTC, and it would create a WebRTC connection from the WebSocket server, and then it was a server to peer, multiple peer connection where the server was a peer as well. The server was a client as well as a player. Yeah, the server's not running right now, so you wouldn't be able to try it. I should get that up and running though, so when people doubt that I can do this, I can just be like, let's go play real quick. And be like, look, okay. So I did that, and I made a really simple Catan game. I made like a simple Catan thing a long time ago. I mean, I like it, but I know everyone has their preferences for all this stuff anyways. I thought it was good. You got it running with an itch.io deployed game. Yeah, I like the idea of everyone being able to test it from their browser and not having to install something, and they could just get in right away and start playing. And I guess technically I could do that with this because if I stay in compatibility mode, I'd be able to do that. But I do want to target Vulkan. So, but I'm not doing anything super fancy. But I suppose I could do both. It's just that visually, the lighting stuff is so drastically different between Vulkan and OpenGL that I would have to create two separate. I mean, the light sources and everything just look completely different. Yeah, chat. I had chat in there as well. Chat's kind of an easy thing to implement. Out of everything, it's one of the easiest things to get going. It's real low hanging fruit, and it gets people really excited. And it actually doesn't really require much. I mean, as soon as you introduce chat, though, if you're bringing in like you do moderation or not? But it's, if I'm not hosting the servers, the client is the server. One of the clients is the server, so they can kick somebody out if they want, kind of thing. Okay, so if we do it this way, we can get rid of that. You're going to need to ask for photo ID to have in-game chat soon. Yeah, you're not wrong. I mean, I don't know when people are going to wake up to realize that the IDing stuff is really to quell speech. It's really a matter of we should very much be against it. Because it's been I mean, it might not be the intent, but the outcome will be silencing of speech. The freer countries will be the ones that don't do that. But I mean, if they think that they want to control what people consume and stuff, and that this is going to work, it's just going to make the darker elements of the web more and more. If speech is okay, I mean, this is true of anything. If you take something and make it illegal, you create a black market. If you make an anonymous speech on the internet illegal, then the truly subversive elements of speech will now be hidden from you. They will go underground. I do not think it's a good idea. I think it has all kinds of consequences associated with it, but it's not like the people pushing the shit forward even care what people think. The phrase "dumbest shit" springs to mind. That's 100% the intent. They know that they can get away with anything, tagging it with safety. But I think that okay, if you're to look at it as like a bigger play, I think that if you just examine human behavior, the outcome of this is quite obvious, is that it's going to create a different internet. We already have Tor and these other things set up for that. So the question, like, if you're to treat this as like, what is the real intent? Is it to push us away from the like the internet that the news covers and to lily white the like real internet and make it this like pure and clean place, and that's where your news outlets and your morning news shows and stuff, that's the internet that they get to talk about, the safe one? I don't know. They want it to be a 100% advert scene. Yeah, completely corporate controlled. I mean, if you think about it, the whole initial concept of the internet was to be able to survive, nuclear holocaust, basically. And the web is so now centralized that with, you see this stuff with Cloudflare. You saw this with the Amazon servers on the East Coast. I mean, you drop a couple of nukes in the right spots and the entire internet is basically off at this point. It doesn't, it would be only a few locations that you would need to target. But the idea of a web that decentralizes everything it's going back to centralization. It's really weird. I personally highly recommend WebSockets. All right, back to work. I've been talking about that with Bisky. I call it Bisky, and whatnot. The idea of decentralized architecture. Yeah, I mean, that was the intent. That was the intent. But centralization is key for monitoring and surveillance. So that the internet is being shaped in the new way is either a wonderful coincidence or not one at all. Dude, I remember the entire internet shutting down on 9/11. Yeah, I have absolutely no illusions about its openness. Right. I mean, yeah, I could go on and on, but it's fascinating concept, though, to theorize a game fully peer-to-peer. Well, I've done it before. I've done, oh, you mean wholly peer-to-peer. Well, that would be wild. Yeah. No, we're going RPC, Medusa T. Dustin. You stick around. You'll see it happen. It's gonna happen. We're gonna get there. We gotta stop talking about nukes in the end of the world and. But yeah, no, the ID thing is incredibly stupid. It's this whole think of the children thing. It's like, does that really still work? And it still does. It's still so fucking effective. Think of the children is just such a useful tool for really bad ideas. Okay. Doing a little bit of light refactoring here. Lots of code added today, boys. Vanthamon, how's it going? Hope you're doing good. Medusa, thanks for all the support lately, dude. I appreciate it. Okay, so add clients. So when somebody connects as a peer, what we do is we're going to say add client for the one that came in. And then we also want to iterate. Before we do that, we want to iterate on our existing children and add them to all the other ones. Now, okay, this is going to get a little bit more advanced here in a little bit. For now, though, players Now, should we, I think we should store, each time we add a client, let's create a client list. That way we can iterate on that. And then we don't have to use the scene tree anymore to get a handle on the situation. So we'll just say clients is an array of player controller. And is it possible for us to get a race condition? I don't know. Maybe. Okay. If we do it with a ooh, we need to do it with a dictionary because we have to do it by ID. All right, guys, I'll be right back. I got to use the restroom. I'll give you a pitch on the game in a second, Van, once I'm back. All right. I'm back. So the game is going to be scroll down. The game is a life sim game. So if you're familiar with Fantasy Life, if you're familiar with Animal Crossing, if you're familiar with some other games in that world, Stardew Valley, that kind of stuff. We're dealing with fantasy, The Sims, yeah, not quite. It's not going to be like it's more like you're doing adventuring and stuff in it too. There's multiple lives, different roles that you can take on. So you can mine kind of like Minecraft, but it's not Minecraft. You're not building like you are in Minecraft, but you can mine elements and resources. You can craft elements and resources, and you can go adventuring. And all of those are from different roles that you can take on. And it's also, the plan is to have it be multiplayer. I'm going multiplayer from the start and working the game out from that. This could be a huge mistake. It also can be played solo. The multiplayer thing could be a giant waste of time. We'll see. But it's going to take place. We're going to use the Land of Oz in the Oz books, because those are all in public domain now, as like a starting point for the design of the different like areas that you can travel to and characters that are in the world. And then the way that I'm imagining it is that you are becoming a wizard or witch of Oz, where you slowly build up your realm within Oz and gain a following and become like well known and stuff like that, and become like climb the ranks. Every role that you complete gets you closer and closer to that title. And then and that's the in-game plus, is like you're now a wizard or a witch, and now this other part of the game unlocks. It sounds enormous, I know. So, yeah, we will see. Huge scope. We'll see. We'll see. Yeah, right now we're just getting the network connections going. This is day 3? I think we're on day 3. But I believe, I know I can do this. And I think that it's enough for me to bite off. And we're going to add roles one at a time. And so it's not going to be like I'm doing them all at once. We're just going to get them the feel for them going. The first one is going to be like a baker or a chef. 3D. 3D. I can show you. Let me open up. So we're using KKit's resources as a starting point. Here we go. So to start with, these will be the assets. The world right now to start with is we're going to be using these to build the worlds in it. And then some of this stuff. And then I've used a lot of these resources before. So some of this for the enemies to start with. This is all just for prototyping. So this is our gray box. It just makes it prettier than doing actual gray boxes. And then there's like the adventures that we can do. And like different NPCs and stuff that we can talk to and stuff. So just to fill the world out while we're sort of prototyping everything, getting it all going. Gotta have a woodcutter. I mean, there's the Tin Woodman, so that's unavoidable. Oh, that's right. Oh my God. We have to say RPC and then we bind. How do you do an RPC? I totally forget how to do the actual RPC call. That's right. I remember I was doing so much noise on the network. RPC method changes the RPC configuration. We don't want RPC config. Node. Okay, so let's look it up on Node. All right, we're getting there, boys. After connecting to a server, it is possible to use the built-in RPC systems to communicate over the network by calling RPC with a method name. It will be called locally and in all connected peers. To identify which nodes receive the RPC call, Godot will use its node path. Make sure the node names are the same on all peers. Also, take a look at the high-level networking tutorial corresponding. Okay. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Okay, so it's the node itself. NPC woodcutter dialing. It keeps happening. Can't quote the film. Nope, it's not out yet. 1930s. Hey, you. Is this yours?
I have an actual sword.
Ooh.
And I have a shield.
Ooh, awesome.
I'm going to go show you me fighting stuff.
Can you turn the music down?
Yeah.
All the way down?
Yeah.
Just because I can't. Thank you. Yeah, you're way stronger. Look at you go. Wow.
I have a life where I can fight things.
Nice. Where's the bird?
Right there.
Oh, he goes away when you're fighting?
Yep.
Oh, okay.
Apparently. I'm going to go back to the lady who asks for eggs. Wait.
Awesome.
Where'd she go?
Olex, what's up?
Like,
To identify which node receives the RPC call, Godot will use its node path. Also, take a look at the high-level networking tutorial corresponding demos. By calling RPC. Method string name sends a remote procedure call request for the given method to peers on the network and locally, sending additional arguments to the method called by RPC. The call request will only be received by nodes with the same node path. By default, methods are not exposed to RPCs. Mm-hmm. Okay.
going to put it on the dock. If I can. Can you put it on the dock?
Oh, to charge it?
Yeah.
Okay. Hey, sweetie, you doing good?
Yeah.
Okay. Do a shout out to Olex. Damn it. Oh, there it goes. So we have to call the function this way. But isn't there a way? Now, I seem to recall a way of choosing what client gets the message. Let me look at some of my code in the other game. Because I definitely recall being able to say what. This was a huge breakthrough for me, was when I realized I could send it to specific peers. And also on the peer side that I sent it only to the server. That was another really big deal because a lot of the network code was like being replicated when it didn't need to be. See, RPC1. See, something's weird here. Because I was doing current peer ID. This is authority. How was I doing this? Does RPC have UDP support? Another was talking of adding it to WebSockets, but it died down. RPC, so the network connection, it is UPC, but you can create TCP behavior with some of the flags that you set to RPC. So You can say whether or not it's if it can only be called from a server or peer, if it only can be called on peers, not locally. So if you're making a server, but if the server is also a peer, you can change it so that the server gets it as well. You can say whether it's unreliable, unordered, or reliable, but it is using UPC. But you still, with Godot's netcode, you can set up, like, on the low level, you can do TCP and stuff like that as well. But it's my understanding that if you use something like what I'm using, which is the eNet stuff, that you're building a UPC connection. But you still can treat it, you can say, I want to send this, I want this to go unreliable, like, say, the player's position or the position of a projectile or something like that. So you can say unreliable. This is just to ping and update the other players where the position of the projectile is. And then in between those moments where they don't get an update, you can have the client, the peer, the client say, okay, it should be here roughly, right? So I have done that stuff before. So I believe in myself. Oops. I just need to figure out where the hell, if we're looking at an attack, doesn't show attack. I need to find some examples of, oh, this is the wrong thing. It's in here. Function attack, here we go. So any peer calls this. RPC ID, that's what I was looking for. Set state, so you say the function call and who's getting it. Okay. Okay. I've never used RPC. Yeah, so and this is all coming back to me literally in the last however long I've been streaming for, 4 hours. So at your functions, this is what you do. You set up a function to be something that's called through RPC right here. Before the function, you do @RPC. And here you can say who's getting it, or who it's coming from, who's getting it, and how it comes in. So you can do unordered, ordered. So you can do unreliable, unordered. You can do unreliable, ordered, or you can do reliable, which is basically replicating TCP. And then depending on those factors, you expect the data to come in a certain way. And then from that, you can then, this is the pattern that I set up is the peers would constantly say, hey, I'm trying to do this thing. And then it would go to the server and the server would be like, yeah, you're cool. You did the thing, and I'm going to let everyone else know you did the thing. And that's pretty much how it worked. And so the let everyone else know you did the thing was another RPC call that would go out and say, okay, guys, this dude did this thing. So for instance, right here, we're saying, hey, I'm attacking. Right. So this comes in from a peer. And then down here, we do some stuff where we go, what's the remote sender's ID? We get it. If it's 0, that means it's us or the server. So we're assigning the remote sender ID. We get a list of our peers. And then from there, we go through every peer. And we then send out to those peers, hey, this guy is attacking. And so that then tells everyone else to play the attack animation and stuff. Now, a super intelligent way to do this is to have some kind of wind up for the attack. And to say, I'm attacking, and then we get some shifting information about how long ago that was said. And then when we tell the clients that that's happening, we say, hey, this guy this long ago told me that they're attacking. And then when we receive that, we say, how long ago was that? We take those two numbers together and we go straight to that part of the animation, that far along in the animation. And that way the animation is reflected to the reality of when it was called. But you can do it where the player has some sort of wind up in the animation that's about, a certain millisecond delay that you're expecting the maximum amount of lag to have in the game. And then you just don't have the equivalent wind up on the other end for players when they're seeing the other characters going. And so there's a bunch of different ways of kind of handling lag, but it's something that you have to think about ultimately when you start doing this. And then there's all kinds of sound things and anyways. Okay, so the get peers. I don't know that we have that. We do we have get peer. But is get peers part of was this from WebRTC? Yeah, it was. Now that's interesting because we don't have this with the eNet. So it's good that I'm setting that up anyways. And then so eNet, we don't have anything like that, right? No. Right. Okay. Sorry, guys. I was just kind of looking up I was trying to remember how I was doing some of this other stuff. Okay. So what we need to do is when a peer connects, we're going to go out and tell everybody, hey, add this client, and that includes themselves. But we also need to only for the client. So that becomes an RPC ID call. Only to that client do we tell it, hey, you need to you need to add all of these other clients that are there so that when I say that this client is doing this thing that you know about it. Um, I'll be happy if we can get this going tonight, although it is pretty late. It's 5, almost 6. Maybe my family will let me work tonight. That would be cool. See, this is weird to me, this RPC thing, where I'm doing just... Oh, it's a local... Okay, that's what was throwing me off. Yeah, I'm starting to remember now. Here we go. Here we go. Server. That was the ticket. Okay, I'm remembering now. Tell me we're working on the next on a top secret screenshot spying app for Apple to use on the next iPhone. Can't be disrupted. Bandit healer tuts with disapproval. Drives me crazy. So this was the secret sauce here, guys. Where the messages that okay. For me, understanding the way that Godot does everything, it was the realization that if you have a server, many peers to a server, right? It's not peer to peer. It's not a mesh network. It's a peer to server, and the server is telling all the peers what's going on, right? The peer, when you're doing the RPC call, in Godot, you send it only to the server. I used to send it out as an RPC, and that would go out to everyone. And so once I did this, it suddenly changed the network traffic in a much more rational way. It was just that realization. Yeah, server client. So, but before that, I was doing the RPC call. It would hit everybody. But once I did that, it was the assertions. Once I did the assertion of, hey, is this the server? All of a sudden I was getting errors every second. And I was like, wait a minute, I got this all set up wrong. And then that's why I learned about RPC ID, where you say specifically, this one here is the one getting this RPC message. So in the setup with a server client setup where you have many clients in a single server, and you're sending, the clients are sending it just to the server, because it figures out the traffic to get to the peer anyways. So if you don't do that and you do that RPC call, it's going to go to everybody. Just because it'll find its way to the server and back down to the peer. And so if you're just trying to tell the server, if you want the server to be authority, right, then this is how you do it. However, there may be times when you say, You know what, server, you don't really need to care about this. It's authoritative. So, okay, so the server is also a client. So it's like this. So the server is a player in the game who's hosting their world. And then the clients are like this. And so if this, let's make this red. So this is the server who's also a player. So they're all clients. So this is a player. And this is a player. But this is a client. And this is a player. But this is a client. And then this is a server. And so this guy says, I'm shooting. And then server goes, okay, cool. I'm going to update my state. And I'm also going to update his state. Host. Yeah. Does that make it easier for people? Okay. But it is the server. Yeah, so host is another way to, but to the players, it should hopefully seem like they're actually, like, they don't really care, right? It's just, hey, I invited some people into my world and they're coming in, right? So, but the host is authoritative. What I mean is the player who's invited people in is the authority. So they're serving the world out. So you visit people's worlds. And so they're going to have, like, there's going to be the world of Oz, which is pretty much the same, is going to be same for everyone. A little different depending on what the server has done quest wise. And then they're going to have their realm within Oz, and that realm is going to be unique to them. And when you visit someone's server, that area, if you've ever played Dark Cloud, it's going to be like the city in Dark Cloud where cheap bastards. So if you've ever played Dark Cloud where you like kind of build your city up and choose where the buildings go and stuff like that, that's going to be their realm. Oz will be pretty static, but you're still going to go out to Oz to do things together. Hopefully that's the paradigm, what's going on. So it encourages you to connect to other people's realms because they might have different things going on, and you're like, oh crap, like you've got, like, everything's different here, and you've shaped it in this way that I didn't at all, and it's interesting to go and visit it, and maybe there's some meta element as to why you would do that on top of wanting to play with them. But then you don't have to add peer checking to make sure all the peers agree that all actions are possible, etc. Yeah, the peer just says, I'm doing this. The server double checks and goes, yeah, we're cool. And then it depends on the action. Some of the things, it might be that the server says, you can't do this. So the code is such that the client is waiting for the server to say yes. Other times, if it's more immediate, like an attack or something like that, the client's going to say, I'm doing this thing. I'm expecting that this is the result. And the server is just double checking to make sure that it's not like you're attacking something that's 100 meters away. And there's no possible way you could have done that. And then it yells at you and it's like, you're cheating. Like, what are you doing? But yeah. So hi, dude, Mungalo. Mungalo is another person. If you're interested in Godot networking, Bungalow is working on something really cool that's in the same really, I don't have a shout out. I think that's because I don't have like a Steam or an itch page for Bungalow. Do you have a Steam page up for what you're working on? Definitely check Bungalow out if you're interested in Godot networking. And C Sharp. He's doing dev in Godot and C Sharp. So and itch page is private. It's wild how much when you're getting I'm not saying this to like brag. But once you have a good grip of programming and stuff, and I don't know how much time it is, I'm sure it depends on the person. But it is wild how much of it can live inside your brain and how much code you can write and trust that you're getting to where you need to be without having to constantly add, like, I need to compile and check. I need to compile and check. I need to compile and check. I don't know. Anyways, I think that's pretty cool. Because at first, it's like speaking a language. At first, you're just like stumbling and you're like, hello, my name is Bob. Hello, my name is Bob. Weather's nice out, isn't it? There's like a couple of things you can do at recall. And then there's a lot where it's like, how do I do that? It depends on what you're writing too. Yeah. Not in a hurry, getting things right. Finally getting done with the inventory stuff now. It depends on what you're writing to. Yep. Yeah. Before you run it. Yeah, compiled language is nice for refactoring. That's for sure. The easiest thing you can do in a refactor for a compiled language is change the name of a variable or the type of it, and then now you can just compile and get just all kinds of errors until you fix all the references to it that are using the wrong types and stuff. It's very nice. But yeah. That's the thing, is like a scripting language, you might think that you're saving time with it. And I'm saying that using GD script. You might think, oh, I'm saving a bunch of time. I'm using a scripting language. And it's like, no, you still think about all the things that you would think about if it compiled or not. It's just that if you if you forget, if you miss it with a scripting language, when you blow your foot off, it's when the game is running. And I mean, you can be a good programmer and it's not a problem, right? You're like, no, it's fine. Logic is the same, less tools, less mature language. Yeah. No, I agree. You move faster, right? It seems like things are going faster. And it really really isn't. Oh yeah. I was going down here. I was looking for this. So only the server calls this. The function is called on the local peer as well as remote. Okay. That's set up right. No, I just needed to double check the RPC flags. Okay. And actually, yeah, we need to do this before we do that. So if we're the server, we're going to tell the client we're adding. Yeah, I know. I'm saying you should do it the same, but basically the high level is more or less assuming you have a connection lobby before spinning up level and game mode to do the actual gaming in. Yeah, I mean, this is day 3. I'm literally just doing this so I can get a network connection going to test it. I'm going to be using Steam's lobby stuff once we're there. Things like any synchronizer that is set to public will try and send traffic to any peer that connects. Right. Yeah, because there's like race conditions. Well, like So what is it you're looking at that you're saying this for me? That's I don't understand why this is coming up. I guess. Um Not saying you should do the same, but basically the high level is more or less assuming you have a connection lobby before spinning up a level in game mode to do the actual gaming in. Oh. Right. Yeah, I was talking about that earlier. So, I'm thinking that we're going to have a zone that you go in. So, okay, so the way that it's going to work is I was talking about this. Yeah, I was totally talking about this earlier. Okay. Yeah. So you're going to go to like a landing pad, and that's where you're opening up the lobby. And so you're in like this area that you don't leave, like the gate locks behind you or something like that, right? And then it opens up the lobby for your friends, and your friends come in with these hot air balloons and land, and then come out of the hot air balloon. And now when everyone's arrived, the gate opens up, and then you go out back into the world or something like that. I totally know what you mean. um I know what you mean. Yeah. Yeah, because otherwise, yeah. Because you basically have to be like, okay, are we all ready? Okay, here we go, and then flip the switch, and here's the state of the world. Like everything's loaded in. You've loaded it. You've loaded it. You've loaded it. I totally know what you're talking about. I was talking about that earlier. How I would love for it to be that you're just wandering the world. You open up the world to your friends to join, and as you're working in the world, suddenly you see the hot air balloon come in, and they land, and then they're coming in and doing stuff. Yeah, I set up the world in regions, each with their own network, basically. Yeah. I was talking about that as well. I was talking about how distance is a nice way to be able to offload from a server network traffic and stuff. Yeah. Yeah, this is not going to be well, let's see where we're at, because this may just work right now. Of course, we're adding players to the same spot, so we'll see. Okay. 8.6 right here. Var to string. What are we mad about? Get index. Oh, right here. Out of bounds. Game 86. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Depends on how deep you go. I would love for it to be like you see them floating in and they're like landing, like they still go to that landing pad thing and you're like busy doing something else. Right, yeah. It's saying 86 here, but it's actually 89. That's weird. Out of bounds. It's the key value. What's the problem? Do I have to instantiate the dictionary? Like this. Ooh. How do we end up in here? There we go. Okay. Now we're getting somewhere. 88s. That's a lie as well. Add child on null value players. Ah. Roger. Yeah, I'm definitely going to hit you up for 86. A bounds index. I'm assigning the... What is the problem? Out of bounds index. I'm not... It's a dictionary. I think life sim is the best explanation. Have you figured out the custom spawn function on spawners yet? Spawning anything that isn't a spawn and forget thing should be through a custom spawn function. I'm not sure what you mean. I'm doing that. I'm getting that going right now for the avatars coming in or the clients coming in. Yeah, no, that's what I'm working on right now. I seriously don't know. Out of bounds index. Right, right. There's the ID. This is not helpful that it has the wrong line number. 86. Oh, it's right here. Oh, this whole time I'm troubleshooting something I thought was the network. So this is the right error and this is the right thing. And it's saying that... So we're happening too soon. Oh my God, that makes total sense. This should all happen on loading finish. How embarrassing. This is a race condition. It's a race war. We do it here. So this is, we guarantee that we've added everything. We've got our cache going. And now we're all set. Oh my goodness. There we go. Okay, so this is a good sign. Except there's only one player here. What about the other clients? And there's only one player there. So we're not adding the server. How embarrassing. Okay, so let's do that. Ah, yeah, we're not adding the server. It's right there. So server peer connected. So maybe let's double check the IDs. Peer connected uno. Ooh. Call local. Function can be called on the local peer, useful when the server is also a player. I am a taco and I eat lots of food and I'm a taco too. Did I mention I'm a taco? He's just a taco and he eats lots of taco-y food. We're almost there, boys. Okay, so my the yeah. Mongo, it's funny, you're just saying I was just talking about a lot of that. I was talking about a lot of that earlier. The realization specifically that when I want to talk to the server, I should refer to it by the server ID, so that the peer packet, the RPC call only goes to the server. How long it took me to realize that, where I'm like, oh, it's happening twice. Why does it keep happening twice, but only on some? And I'm like, what the hell's going on? Yeah, I was just talking about that because I was like, I know there's like a lot of times where I have to say host. um, I don't think I'll ever be able to say host. For the end user, it'll be host, but for me, it's always server. Okay, so it for sure is not adding. Ah. Yeah, okay. That's good. Look at that. It looks good. Okay. We have the right names for everything, so let's try and move them around. Oh, we're not even doing any network code for movement yet. So we have both of them added. We're all set. We have them in the right scene stuff. Okay, so we're looking all right. Okay, that'll help with some confusion that I was just experiencing. Okay, I think we're looking good. So, Jacob, how's it going? Now we need to get some movement stuff going. So we're going to cheat. And we're going to go, I'm in the wrong thing. There we go. Okay. So we're going to cheat here, and just for now, whenever our position changes, we're going to send out a little, hey, we moved. And then that'll go out to everybody else. And, now here's the question. Because I'm not going to use the multiplayer synchronizer for this stuff. Let's do it with unreliable ordered to start with. And then when the player's input has stopped for movement, we then send a final, here's where I am, that is reliable. If you don't use a synchronizer, you give up a lot, I think. We shall see. Now, I agree with you on that. The reason why I'm hesitant to use it, if you can answer this for me, is there a way I can still say, no, I disagree with what you're telling me, like where the player is or something like that? I guess in the server code I can just check. Hey, buddy.
What was the Cookie Monster name of that little guy that we used to search together? Name?
Spooky monster game?
Yeah, with that little person that finds the spooky monster.
What did we play it on? Did we play it on the Switch?
Yeah, and I think on the TV.
Are you sure we played it on the Switch? Did we play it on the Xbox?
It was not on the Xbox, it's on the Switches, and I think it's still on the Switch.
Spooky monster game.
Yeah, with that little guy that finds it, and I don't know what it's called.
And the little guy that finds them. Oh, Luigi's Mansion?
No.
Are you sure? Luigi's Mansion, he goes and gets ghosts.
No.
No?
That one's scary, like The one that is dark. That there's a.
What did the spooky monster look like?
It looked like it has blue eyes and brown, and it was a pill, and it was killing you.
Can you go get the case with all the Switch games?
Sure.
Okay. Carry it in here carefully, okay? We'll try and figure out which one it is. Yeah, I mean, I can see where you might be right with stuff like the animation and whatnot. Okay, let's see. Let's figure this out. So, anyone have any idea what he's talking about? What game he's talking about? Okay, so you're sure it's not this one?
That one has the Deweyham.
Yeah,
And
yeah, but it's not this one.
no, it's like I think it's called Death to Wife, but I think we called it a different video game.
Spooky Super Mario Legend of Zelda Spooky Monster Game.
Yeah.
It wasn't this one.
That's Yoshi's Island.
Yeah, so that wasn't the one.
No.
Okay. It's okay, we're gonna find it. I don't know what he's talking about. Was it a game we played together, you and I?
Yeah.
Did we get to play at the same time? You had a controller and I had a controller? Sorry guys, my son has come in with a question about a game that he remembers. So it's not Pikmin?
Pikmin.
It's not Yoshi's?
One used for us. If the net will make us die. And we have to drink some more juice.
Juice.
Yeah. From the Pikmin.
Oh, you're talking about Pikmin now. Okay. Spooky monster, and it's not. Is it this one? Kirby?
No, it's Kirby's Island.
Yeah, was it one with Kirby? There's a spooky monster in Kirby? No. Oh, do you remember you were a light bulb in Kirby? And it's not that part?
Mm-mm. I think a new name since we first saw that thingy month, like that thing that we were instead.
Okay, well, it had to be on the Xbox then, because it's definitely not any of these. So I'll have to look on the Xbox with you sometime. We can try and figure it out. All right. I don't know what game he's talking about. Yeah. If you want to check movement, you can still do that. It's very specific to what movement you have. Yeah. I know. Everyone grows up so fast. It's crazy. Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm. Synchronizer. That's the synchronizer. Seed owner, you're saying. So I'm wondering. And then gets old really fast. Take my word for that. We own a daycare. Pros and cons. My condolences for We Own a Daycare. You guys. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Boom, 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 boom. Mm. We'll just use name. This whole thing can go into Mm-hmm. The synchronization, tedious work for free, but the documentation is very thin. For the things that live on the network, like player avatars, bullets, and monsters, and so on. Yeah, I agree about the cheating being unavoidable. Yeah, the checks where I'm saying you're not supposed to be here or there, primarily it'd just be like, something's gone horribly wrong. It's frustrating because from the same people that I hear like, oh, you can't stop people from stealing your source code, simultaneously are like, how are you going to deal with network cheating? And it's like, well, wait a minute. I thought nothing is safe and you can't stop any of this and blah 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 and without the host verify. Yeah. No, that'll be the thing is like who picked up the drop, right? That kind of thing. That's where the server's like, you did. And then some way, I mean, you really can't stop. I don't know. It's you just got to know the game you're making and be like, this is okay for the game I'm making. People would, you know. Hypnotic Games, thank you for the raid.
That's cool. Cool? Yeah, cool. You think it's cool?
Thank you.
It's cool. It's not cool.
Let me do a shout out. How's your stream today? How do I check out people's oops. No. Bloody hell. Bloody hell. Ah! Can't get over to the... I'll have to check on my laptop here. Let me see. Well, if you got a game to plug, go ahead and throw it in. We met before. I gotta... You know what I'm not doing anymore? Oh my god, I'm such a bad... Let me make sure I'm following you. Jeez, I've been so bad about this. Alright, there we go. Was good. Got settings finished off. Tomorrow, user input remapping. Dex does art. Thank you for coming in. Samikins. How's it going? Dettle Skincare. We're working, it's a bauble shop. Everyone should wishlist it. Yeah, I mean, so this has changed. We've moved the ideas around quite a bit. It's firstly going to be a game where you do, it's like a bunch of baking stuff that you can do. But we're trying to shoot for, I know this sounds crazy, but we're shooting for a life sim game. Much like my pitch right now for the genre is Fantasy Life, Shenmue, Dark Cloud. If those came together into something, then that would be it. But right now, this is day 3. We're basically starting from zero. We're grabbing code from other projects that we've made before involving networking and stuff, and we're putting it together into one whole thing. I do think, Munglo, you're probably right with the multiplayer synchronization. Doing all these on this tells us you don't need a high CPU. Nah. I wouldn't even be able to tell you. Like, I put that on there a long time ago. That is what I'm running. Yeah. No, I do. I've done it before, Munglo. I've done it before, Munglo. On the old game, that's what I was doing. So if I don't have it open right now, but that's what I was doing before. And I was primarily only really sending the player position and the animation blending information and stuff. Using the synchronizer initially, that's like the main thing I was doing. But I couldn't do the spawner thing the way that you're describing it because of how the network connection was coming in the first place. Because I was using WebRTC and all that. So I have made a multiplayer. I can show you guys briefly what it looked like. It was by the way, thank you everybody for coming in. I'm sorry. Hypnotic, please, if you have your Steam page, throw it in the chat below. And I appreciate the raid again. Thanks for bringing everybody here. Let's see. Let me show you a clip of the old. This was the last clip that I have of this. Really? It's this long to buffer? I was in the old room here. Oh God. No! 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 So this was a networked, this was through the web browser. I had a WebSocket server for the lobby. Of course I scrubbed and now I've screwed it up. I don't know why it's so bad right now with the buffering. Let me see. There's another clip I can. Here we go. Anyways, this was like just to test some things. Look at that. Look at the player. Anyways, but yeah, so WebSocket server for the lobby. You would connect to the lobby. The lobby looks something like. I can show you what the lobby looked like. It looks like. The server's not running right now, so I can't just. What I used to do is when I would rate it, I'd be like, "Hey, open up your browser, go here, and we'll play a game together." But I don't have it running right now because it's not what I'm focused on doing. But this was a lobby system, and it would create the connection to the clients across the internet through the web browser. It would burrow through people's NATs and all that kind of stuff, and create a network connection. I'm guessing it was so. And this was Munglo. This was what I was using that was doing the multiplayer synchronization and all that stuff. So that's
cool.
Nameless Coder, thank you for the raid.
You think it's
shout out.
cool? It's cool. It's not cool.
Didn't you have the no perk lamb multiplayer enet pure on at all on that project? No, I didn't. It was WebRTC. I didn't use the eNet. No, I didn't use eNet Pure. So I was using WebRTC for that. So the WebSocket server on that one, the WebSocket server negotiated the WebRTC handshake, which you would call God, what was the name of the payload that it would send back and forth? There's a name for it. I forget. So I was using WebRTC peer connection. Or no, that was the peer connection. Hang on a second. Let me find it for you. WebRTC multiplayer peer. This is what I was using. So it's still within the same hierarchy in the Godot inheritance. So you weren't using the MP spawner or the MP syncer nodes at all? I was using the syncer, but not the spawner. Yeah, thank you. Life is good. Thank you for coming in. I appreciate it. This is talking about this. So the game itself is going to be a life sim game. If you're familiar with Fantasy Life at all, yeah, I mean, all that mattered was that I put the nodes in the same order. And what would happen is they would all, because it was a web browser doing the connections, everything sort of started at a weird point. And basically, once all the peers connected, the server would say, okay, everybody, we're going. And then that would kick everything off. So once, because there was like this, and that was happening behind the scenes. You would see that lobby screen, and behind the scenes, it was like getting the scene ready and getting the players on the field and everything and getting it all set up. And all the clients would say, I'm ready, I'm ready, I'm ready, I'm ready. And then the server would say, okay, everyone's told me I'm ready. Now let's go. And that would flip the switch and pull the veil off of the lobby, put you into the main thing. And so that was a server peer-to-peer setup. Here's a bit more than one network. If you make a new network peer and set it to a node, all nodes under that node will use that network peer. Yeah. Yep. I set it on the main. I got no, I didn't. I set it on the I had like a server node that I threw it all on. But mine was that whole setup was especially crazy because the WebSocket server was its own Godot code base. So that was the server that set up the lobby was another Godot source code that was running that I had separate from the game code. And they just basically, it was just a bunch of enums where it was like, hey, I'm doing this. Hey, I'm doing this. And then the WebSocket server would be like, okay, cool. And then you had chat and all that stuff inside the lobby. And then everyone would ready, and then that would negotiate the RTC. I want to call them keys, but it was basically there's a payload that says it essentially describes the network path of how everything can reach each other. And the server would go and say, does this work for you? Does this work for you? And it would find out the fastest way for all the clients to connect to each other across the internet and set it up. It was really cool too. WebRTC is a bit like magic. It's kind of concerning actually, because your browser doesn't tell you that it's doing all this network stuff behind the scenes, which I was really freaked out about once I found out about that. So you could be on any website and there's, you could be running a torrent for all you know, like, it's kind of crazy. But yeah, WebRTC is really cool because even though you're on a browser, say you're in the same LAN, or say you're on the same LAN and you don't realize it, and you're doing a WebRTC connection with somebody and they're on your LAN, it'll just connect you across the local address range. automatically just by getting the network topology that you send it. It's really cool. And it's magic because I don't have to think about it. The browser is doing all the work. And actually, I can show you the real secret sauce to it all was some public servers that these guys here, the stun servers from Google. This is what you need to get past a lot of NAT traversals and stuff is these
Shut
public
up and
ice
take my
servers.
money.
That's the secret sauce for a WebRTC to work good. Jesus, Nameless Coder with the 5 gifted subs. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. I just do UPnP and punch and scramble the IP port, which surprised me that it was that many. Yeah. Cute puppy, you're welcome. Oh, thank you. That's my dog. His name's Cal. It seems to be that using raw sockets for something as simple as sending packets is a lot easier than reading an encyclopedia of documentation to use the Godot wrapper. I mean, you can do that if you go up to packet peer right here in Godot. You can just get and put packets if you want. So far, it's been about half the testers that could host. That's pretty good. Yeah, UPnP is pretty straightforward because you just say, "Hey, open this up." And I don't know if you're familiar, if you noticed the where is it? What is this? It's on the ENET. This local port. So this setting here might be useful to try and do. It says if local port is specified, the client will also listen to the given port. This is useful for some NAT traversal techniques. So I think that's, if the exterior port is different than the interior port, then but I'm not familiar. I haven't done the UPnP in a long time. Well, blew away Omarchi after a single day. Too many little quirks I didn't want to deal with. Is it Gina? Gina, have you done network code before? The Godot thing isn't really that bad once you start using it. What we're talking about is primarily bootstrapping it. Like, it's mostly just about getting the initial. That's the hardest part, is getting everything in sync. And then once you have that going, everything else is kind of cake. And every once in a while, you'll screw some code up and be like, oh, that's right. And something can get out of sync. Yeah. Yeah, I imagine coming from that perspective, it would seem way easier to do it that way. I mean, the thing about the way that Godot does it is, from your perspective, you're still basically programming a game, and you're not thinking, like, once you have everything in sync, you're not thinking about packets. But like I said before, if you have something that manages memory for you, you still end up thinking about memory. Like, if you have something that does garbage collection, once the garbage collector becomes a problem, you're now suddenly thinking about memory. If you have a scripting language, oh, I don't have to think about types or whatever. Lo and behold, eventually, you're thinking about types a lot. And I'm sure it's the same with the network stuff. I have to go now. Good luck with the game. Thank you so much, Nameless. I really appreciate the support. Apparently, we got an emote thanks to Nameless. So there's that now. I don't know what this is. I don't understand anything about this stuff with Twitch. I'm sorry. Yeah, this is Omarchi. Yep. I played around with RESTful WebSocket games. That was kind of fun. Yeah, no. WebSockets are like, they're pretty slow. So if you're doing like a turn-based thing, something like that, then it's totally fine. But also, it's kind of heavy to have, like, on the server side. Yeah. On the server side, to have something heavy like a socket open all the time. Um, that's a wild thing about WebRTC, man. That the more I read into it, I was like, this is freaky. Um, I'll be right back. I'm gonna grab some tea. I really want to get this motion and movement going here. But yeah, I feel you, Mongolo, on the doc stuff. Because when I was doing the WebRTC through the web browser thing, it almost seemed impossible. And the docs, Godot's docs were very lean and, oops, I'm in the wrong browser here. We're not going to save this. And it was almost non-existent. And I had to do, like, I was reading the spec of the protocol to understand what it was expecting and how it was supposed to work. And how do I facilitate the exchange of these keys and all this stuff. On top of building a WebSocket server from in Godot, which also required doing your own TCP stuff for it, because I can't even remember now, but there was something about SSL. That was it. It required an SSL connection. God, I can't even remember why. I think it was because it was through a web browser. That's what it was. So I had to get SSL working with it, which was a whole, like, that was such a pain in the ass to get going. To like understand it and everything. And the like, there's like nothing in Godot about it. It's like, oh, you just use the SSL thing. And it's like, okay, how do I do that? It's like, no, it's right here. It's just right here. It's like, okay, but like I have to set that up somehow. How do I set it up? But yeah, I mean, yeah, Gina, you'll find whenever I'm doing anything, I just always have the docs open. And I don't know if it's just that I'm an idiot, that I constantly am referring to the docs. But even when I'm doing something with like a Vec2, I'm like, okay, what am I doing here? Like, how do I, because I mean, Godot's, the Godot types, I still am constantly checking them. Shoot, did I switch over? Yeah, okay. Sometimes I forget to switch over. I know a lot of people lurk me because I'll forget to change my scene, my OBS scene back to something useful. And like showing me coding or something. And it'll be like 30 minutes and someone's like, hey, you're still at the hold screen or whatever. It's like, oh crap. Okay, this is dumb. I'm just getting this going like this because I want to try and see if we can get the Okay, we're going to do this. This should work. Okay. 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 That's all set. Okay, so now any peer call local. Now, does that mean it comes in on my side too as well? I think it does. So if the remote sender ID does not equal our ID, then we update the position. SSL and TLS is a pain in the ass from C++ because you have to work with the SSL library, but at least you can unload some of the work on the OS now, not have to punk around user and kernel mode transitions. It's shocking to me how some of those layers are so critical and so many things rely on them. And when you actually get down to it and you actually have to do it yourself, it's astonishingly barren. Like the documentation and just like all of it is like, why is this the same for everyone where we just have to like drown in it and like figure it out by like just living in this weird space of how does this work and reading and reading and reading and reading until it all kind of sort of comes together. Hey buddy.
Hey, have you found out that thing. Have you return like that one with the big monster and a little guy that finds him?
Oh, I don't know the one you're talking about. Did you see the little guy you controlled?
Yeah.
Hmm.
He was just, I think he was just like dwelling in a plant. I mean, a flower. Then he popped right out, and that's how he was being controlled.
He You're talking about oh gosh, we got it. I know what you're talking about. You're talking about man, you remember the very beginning of the game. Wow. Big Head Games. What was it called? No, it's not Big Head. What is the guys, what is the one that it was an independent guy. He wrote it all in C. It was all in, I think he did it in C. Big Fish. And it's a super small download. No, it's not Big Fish. Dang it. The YouTuber published it. Oh man, it's not Undertale. But you hatch from a flower. You come out of a flower. Dang it. Donkey. Donkey Publishing Big Mode. And they made Animal Well. Odie, is this it? Is this it with the scary cats and the dogs?
Yeah, I was looking for that. I want to see it.
This one?
Yeah, I want to see it.
Okay.
So I can remember about it.
Was this the one?
Yeah.
Why is the network so bad right now? This is it? Yeah, okay. It was what he was describing. He said kept talking about a spooky game. And you remember the eyes?
Yeah.
Because it chased you? Look at those otters. Do you think this is where the spooky monster is coming from? Is it in your dreams? Is he bad or good or not anything? He's bad? Okay, well, we found it. Do you want me to see? Do you want to watch me play it again? A lot of spoilers in this trailer. Do you want to watch me play it again? Do you think that'll help? Okay.
That's right.
Yep. I've been
Okay.
looking for Emerald in weeks.
We're gonna get to bed.
Emerald is where.
Look at the download side on this, guys. 35 megabytes to download this game. 35 megabytes. No engine.
Be brave from him. Because they didn't die.
You wanted to be brave?
Yeah, from him.
Okay. Well, we can conquer your fears, buddy. I know that feeling.
Are you still on?
I'm still on, yeah.
Can you tell Papa good night?
Good night, Papa.
Good night. Give me a kiss, handsome. All right. Should I do bedtime? Should I do books and everything?
It's okay if you want to keep going.
No, I should. I was really hoping to get. How about I try for 5 more minutes, and then I'll finish up.
And I think you took like some turtle.
Okay.
Well, we'll go read our books and that will work out perfectly.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Let's try this. We're gonna do the RPC call for our new position stuff. Stream position. I don't know that this is even going to work, boys. Because we drastically changed a lot of things here. So okay. And just for funsies, we're gonna go ahead and just print it out. Okay. Object type is nil. So we're too soon. Too soon. And actually, okay, so that makes sense. Yeah. And how about we only do this? For now, we'll do it this way. It's going to create an animation glitch. Out of bounds. It's because we haven't assigned anything to it yet. Right. You know, there's no reason why we can't do this every single time we add a client. It's not going to do anything bad. So for now, we'll do that. And then we're assigning it one more place right here. We'll get rid of that. Let's try it again. Okay, so now we got two. Oh, look at that. We're syncing movement, boys. We're syncing movement. It's working. Okay. So now we just do the same thing for everything else. And the animation glitches, like I was saying. Now, we're not seeing the animation glitch on the other one because we're only syncing position right now. So we can do it. We can do network code, guys. Do you guys believe? Are you beginning to believe? He is the one. He is the one. Okay. Look at how much 122 lines of code gets us. Not shabby. All right, so let's go ahead and commit all this stuff. Dear God. We're going to commit this add-on. This phantom camera thing is really sweet. I'm going to collapse this. This is a lot to scroll through, and I don't want to have to scroll through all of it. But phantom camera is a sweet add-on. It's one of the few add-ons where I've been like, yeah, this is how I would have done it. Now go take more important things, Hank. Player inputs and camera add-on. All right, let me just let's just get our ducks in a row here. Then we got a bunch of assets. Dang it, I forgot to commit from yesterday. Oh well. Okay, get assets. Import script for adding movement, etc. Adding animation player and animation tree. See, now I'm wondering if we I'll talk about that later. We'll push those. Those are pretty heavy loads. Now we might actually hit the Git limit. There's some limit on GitHub, right? But these were two separate. Hopefully they'll go separately. Damn, this is taking a long time. What is going on with my network speeds? I am doing Ethernet over Ethernet over power right now because I haven't wired back here. So it's not the fastest stuff. We did it, boys. Yeah. Okay, so now that we've got this going, I could theoretically put this in someone's hands and be like, "Hey, let's try to play together." I'd have to open up some. I did, set up some open ports and stuff like that, and give somebody my IP. But we're gonna wait. We're gonna keep working on this. Oh, you know what we didn't test though? You know what we didn't test? We didn't test both of them. That one's going and that one's going. Sweet. All right, they're both working. That accounts for 1% power drain and depends on the implementation, but roughly LAN. Yeah, I think what I'm gonna do is the drop. I'm gonna come off of the, I've got fiber, but I put the drop in a really bad spot in hindsight. Like the last mile location where I put it in the house is really bad. But off of that, I can feed a line that brings it out I can put the router in a much more rational spot. And then I can come off of that and bring it in here a lot easier. 12 megabyte. Yeah, that seems about like what I'm getting. Byte. Okay, so the rest of the stuff. We're going to do the core resource. Added world and player cache. Okay. Networking. We're going to get rid of networking. So we'll delete that. Player controller is now shrinking drastically. Moved controls to game code. And yeah, networking we're going to delete. Oh, we have the multiplayer synchronizer on world. We don't need that. Ah, shoot. Did I just close? I did just close. We can get rid of this. Goodbye, my friend. Look at that, guys. Was that not, am I crazy? But was that that was a first run, right? First try for the networking side of the deal. As far as after the client connection, that was my first pass at transmitting like some decent, like real data. I'm happy. I'm feeling good. That's a good feeling. Okay, here's the other thing we're gonna do. We're gonna go ahead and delete network. And we should do that from inside Godot because it will yell at us if something is using it. And something is using it. Scenes. What is it saying? Network TS. Oh, yeah, that's right. So this goes away. And this is saying core resources using it. So then we're going to get rid of it from core resource. Because we don't need to cache it anymore. And then we can get rid of the code. Look at that. That's nice. We still compile, right? Yeah. Okay. And we still run, right? Yep. Okay. Good, good, good. Okay. Let's keep going with our commits. So now we're deleting networking. Trying our hands at doing networking in-game code. Wish me luck. Player speed. Remove network. It's nice when you don't have anyone else looking at your commits messages and you have to think about how it looks to everyone else. Added environment and camera for testing. Okay, now we're just left with the game code. This is pretty significant. We did quite a lot here. Clients first pass at networking server clients and transmitting player position. Okay. Sweet Moses, smell the roses. I am reading chat. Sorry. It is a terminal-based editor, LazyVim. Yeah. He's using Vim, so it's one step up from rock carvings. You know, the other thing about it is, because I learned code, I taught myself to program BASIC on an Apple II. So, like, that's, you know, you kind of, there's something about that experience that you kind of, I don't know, it's a little bit like soul food. So it's like comfort food, you know, just warms the bones. Okay. Much love to everybody out there. Let's go ahead and raid out. Who are we going to raid? PTSD. Stockholm Syndrome. Okay. It's maybe something like that. Whoops. Go ahead. Let's look at who we got here. Who can we raid?
Please sit down and have fun. Just sit down and have fun, damn it.
Thank you for the follow, Gina. Good progress, much network. Thank you, Jacob. We are going to do this. This is happening. I swear.
I can't believe you've done this.
Oh, another follow. Thank you so much, Code Toil. This is going to happen. We are going to make this game. It is going to be what I'm describing. This will happen. In the next year, you will see this happen. I promise you. Now, not that the game will be done in a year, but that we will. The goal here is to have a Steam page up for people to wishlist in that time. Hopefully sooner than that. But I really don't want to release the game for wishlisting until I have the art and everything where I want it. All right, I'm just looking at my list of people we can raid. Bullion is streaming. Bullion's got so many viewers right now. I do not understand he's popping off. I'm going to break my rule, but I'm going to raid him. Normally I raid below my my view count. Somebody that has fewer viewers that I'm raiding in with, but we're going to make an exception because I actually haven't seen Bullion streaming in a while. So I'm gonna give him a raid. Munchie. Let's do Robin. I was thinking about Robin. We could do Robin. But it's not game dev. But Monkey Island is good. Who should we do? Robin or Boolean? We're gonna do Robin. Robin's got Finding Fern, just came out. Boolean? Okay, we're gonna do Boolean. But by the way, Robin has Finding Fern. I'm not your dad. All right, we're gonna do Boolean. Much love to everybody out there. I will see you guys later. Be well, be safe. Tomorrow is a night stream for me. Okay, so Mondays, and basically I would be starting the stream right 40 minutes ago. So tomorrow night I'll be starting then. And then the normal I usually do it around noon my time. So okay, let me explain. Monday, Wednesdays, and Thursdays are nights starting at 7 my time, which is an hour ago. Just about an hour ago. So I'll see you guys tomorrow night. Bye-bye.
That's what he said. Cricket, what's up? They took my glasses off of me, Cricket, so I can't really see currently. Is it Coat Toil? Coat Toil. Thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. Hope you're having a great day. Hope y'all are all having a great day, honestly. It's a burl? What's a burl? Cricket, how's it going, man? They don't have their teeth hanging out most of the time, but it helps to see a beaver when they have them deployed. Yeah, thank you, Cammy. I still said it, that's true. Tubob, what's happening? What's happening, Tubob? With the emotes. Yeah, I am. There's a lot of beaver talk. Oh my gosh, the pinned message is so big because it's zoomed in so far that all I can see is the pinned message. I should have taken a screenshot. It covered the entire chat window. Bro, haven't seen you in a while. Got a raid and run. All right, much love, Cricket. Yeah, I haven't seen you either. I'll catch up though. We'll catch up. Have a great night. Thank you so much for the raid. Yeah, get your kids out of here. Hide your kids. Hide your wife. Beavers everywhere. Oh, a beaver squirrel, a burl. Yes, I guess it is a burl. Rotten wood. The beaver is rotten wood? Hey, Jacob. Nice to see you here. Nice to see you in these parts. Hope you're doing well, Jacob. Nice to have you. A burl pepper. It's a matter. Wait,